Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. We've got a slideshow going, so hopefully you guys can see the slideshow going while I speak. And now I'm hearing that you can't see me. So let me correct that for a second. Okay, should be live now. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Before we start, I want to offer a few words on behalf of Midstory to kick off our live stream. When we first began this year, we had high hopes that our second full year of operating would bring new highs for our nonprofit. I don't think any of us could have predicted a pandemic that would have a devastating and lasting impact on not only our own local community, but also our global one as well. Very soon after our January celebration, we completely shut down our own operations. We were one of the first groups in our community to do so after witnessing the crippling effects of COVID-19 in East Asia. We thought that that was it. All the work we put in to recruit college and high school students for our summer programs would be wasted. We were so close to canceling our programs, but we didn't, and I'm so grateful that we didn't. Not only did we not cancel our college internship program, we doubled our cohort from last year. We took in 18 of them, students from all across the country, 10 different universities, 15 cities, and 9 states. And for that split second that we were defeated and down about the situation, we came back with renewed vigor to make 2020 a transformative year for our organization. Since the beginning of 2020, we have launched 5 projects, produced a season of our video podcast, The Midpoint, developed more than 10 original series, and written over 100 stories. We have revamped our Instagram, completely redesigned our website, excuse me, collaborated on various community projects, built a video studio from scratch, and have taken on 2 full-time fellows who have been absolutely incredible. And on top of all this, we have continued our high school Think Lab program, and as you already heard, have doubled our college intern cohort. I want to take this time to expressly thank my team. And when I say team, I don't just mean the 4 co-founders. I mean every member of our volunteer team who have worked tirelessly to make this year possible. But enough about all that, and let's get back to our interns, which is why you're attending today's event. In the 17 students that you will hear from today, I see nothing but hope for a better future. I see a group of young, passionate students dedicated to transforming our community. I see a group of brave leaders who are traversing the changing landscape of our society with an open mind and a big heart. Our interns have spent their summer working hard to share our Midwest narrative and voice our stories. They have explored our communities and have researched solutions to our biggest challenges. They gave us their all this summer, so we wanted to give them an opportunity, to give them a platform to share their perspectives and to voice their own stories. And while we have mentored each student through this process and helped shape and guide their talks along the way, at the end of the day, we wanted today to be about them and not us. So what you hear today will be purely their perspective, their voice, and their stories. I hope you'll learn something new with me and see the great potential our communities have in each of these students to flourish, to grow, and to change. I am proud, not of their individual accomplishments, not even of the countless beautifully written stories that they have produced with us. I am proud of them as people, individuals who have pursued this summer with unfeigned passion for progress, community, and our collective humanity. Interns, I want to thank you, every one of you students, for changing the course of our year, for shaping my own experience as a mentor, and for helping us find the encouragement we need to continue moving forward in this difficult moment. Well, without further ado, we'll begin today's event in just a few minutes. Feel free to hop in and out when you can throughout the day. The stream will go from 10 a.m. all the way to 3:30 with a lunch break with some live music from 2 local musicians in Toledo. We'll start our talk in just a few minutes, beginning with Marissa Michaels. Thank you all again, and I hope you'll enjoy today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa Michaels, and I'm a sociology major at Princeton University. From first grade through eighth, we tend to learn the same things over and over again to reinforce them. This strategy makes some sense. Some things are really important, like our times tables. Also included in this repeated lesson plan are the responsibilities of the branches of the American government, Columbus's glorious contributions to the world, the greatness of George Washington, and the justice of the Constitution and Bill of Rights. Basically, what Hamilton the musical taught us. Lots of what we learn boils down to the myth of American exceptionalism, which political advisor Jake Sullivan describes as the belief that despite its flaws, America possesses distinctive attributes that can be put to work to advance both the national interest and the larger common interest. We learn that America is in a unique position to help people. American exceptionalism posits the United States as a moral arbiter. The idea is that we embrace the most democratic ideals, so we have a responsibility to enforce them everywhere. This then justifies our intervention in affairs of other nations, like our destabilizing force in the Middle East. There is a lot that can be said about how learning American exceptionalism narrows our worldview and our mind for improvement. But for the sake of this talk, I'm going to focus on the two most pressing issues in America today, COVID-19 and racial injustice. I'm asking you to imagine how different our country might be if we did not ingrain American exceptionalism into our education. To do this, we first need to understand how what we learn in school informs our values, and then examine how these values affect our policy. Through this, I hope to convince you to look outward when presented with problems, and to reflect on the values that have been informed by your education. The first thing to get straight is that no matter who is teaching it, history is not taught objectively. We often believe that our history classes show us the truth, but in reality, they're presenting one version of the truth. Our public education gets children to wholeheartedly believe in American exceptionalism by teaching us about the best parts of this country while ignoring the worst. We learn about how we ended both world wars, but not much about the US war with Mexico or about the Chinese Exclusion Acts. If you aren't convinced that we don't learn enough about America's unique atrocities, listen to these statistics. A 2019 Washington Post SSRS poll showed that just under half of Americans knew that slavery existed in all 13 colonies. This same poll showed that only 52% thought that slavery was the main cause of the Civil War, while 41% said it was something other than slavery. When the College Board designed a new AP US history curriculum in 2014, it was immediately criticized by groups like the Republican National Committee for not being patriotic enough and for not focusing enough on great Americans. The change was so threatening to the ideology of American exceptionalism that a group of prominent historians wrote a letter saying, "This interpretation downplays American citizenship and American world leadership in favor of a more global and transnational perspective." You might agree with this sentiment, but the fact that historians fear a more global and transnational perspective concerns me. We cannot act as though America is a leader in a vacuum. American history is part of world history. I hope to convince you that a global perspective is one that we should be actively seeking. So, assuming that most of us had similar educational experiences where 1492 and 1776 were the most important years in history, let's start with how learning almost exclusively about our country's best aspects informs what we believe and value. The amount of time we spend learning about the Constitution and Declaration of Independence enforces the ideas that our laws are just. After all, if the founding fathers spent so much time creating these laws, they must make sense. Look at our reliance on freedom of speech. People believe that we must exercise the freedom to speak whatever we want, no matter what harm it does, and that we have the individual right not to wear a mask, even when it hurts others. And listen, in many ways, our ideals are admirable. The Declaration of Independence says that all men are created equal and have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's a good goal. But our faith in our founding documents leads us to believe that America's form of democracy is truly exceptional, that we have a perfect system of government and rights, which leads us to accept policies that don't work well. We also learn that everyone has equal opportunity in America. We learn that after the civil rights movement and women's suffrage, America had addressed inequality. This thinking that everyone is on the same playing field leads to the belief that everyone has an equal chance to achieve the American dream. The belief that comes from this learning is that problems that affect one group of people must be their own fault. We do not value our welfare systems because we are taught that people who need help are not working hard enough. People have blamed crime in inner cities on Black people being inherently violent, rather than the systemic racism that puts countless minority communities in desperate poverty. Unfortunately, there's a lot missing from this education, a lot that might expand the way we think about the world and might even help us become a far better country for everyone. First, there's a lot we don't learn about our own country. Many don't learn about Japanese internment camps, or America's role in Iraq, or Jim Crow, or mass incarceration, or indigenous genocide, or at least don't learn about them in depth. By omitting the horrors of the American government from our education, we are led to believe that the government's response is always morally right. We do not learn about the systemic ways in which minorities in this country and the world have been oppressed and put at a lasting disadvantage. The missing information about America's brutal past and present would help all of us be informed and fight against injustice through voting, politics, and advocacy. It would shape our beliefs, which go on to affect all of our interactions. Just as important, because we learn to believe that America is superior in its values and actions, we don't feel reason to look outside to improve our systems. In reality, looking to places outside of our own can teach us valuable lessons. Other countries have institutions that work better than ours, from healthcare to criminal justice, to education and welfare, to COVID-19 response. If we incorporated all of that missing information into our American public education system, we would have a chance at actually being the exceptional country that so many believe us to be. So, let's return to our two most pressing problems, COVID-19 and racial inequality. And let's look at how we could be doing better if we taught our students about America's history of white supremacy, as well as the things that work better in other countries. The fact of the matter is that we could have had COVID-19 under control by now. Our American idea of the supreme importance of individual liberty means that millions of Americans are not wearing masks in public when scientists have overwhelmingly proved that they are the most useful tool in restricting spread of the coronavirus. Countries like Taiwan, Japan, and Greece are operational now because people follow rules. Their economies are up and running in ways that ours will likely not be for months or even years. We struggle to hear that other countries are doing so much better than us, that in many ways America is now the laughingstock of the world, but it is true. If we had taken note of the immediate comprehensive testing strategy of other countries like South Korea, the impressive contact tracing systems, and the severe restrictions placed in countries like New Zealand, we would be in a much better place. We refuse to look outside our own country, and this myopic worldview has been devastating. Furthermore, if we minimize learning American exceptionalism and the beliefs that come with it, we would be much farther along in our discussions and actions pertaining to race. We would be able to acknowledge, with history at our side, that America is built and still functions on white supremacy. And it is, in fact, not always the moral arbiter. The American dream that we learn about in school, that we internalize, is not equally accessible to us all. If we understood this, then we would all be working together to improve our laws and systems. Instead of spending all this time questioning if Black lives matter, we would be working to show that we believe they do. What I hope this talk got across is that, ironically, so many of Americans' problems come from our own sense of superiority and the propagation of that superiority through our public education system. Looking forward, hopefully we expand our education so that we are better prepared for the next crisis. Our education is essential in creating our values, our beliefs, and our actions. Ingraining the ethos of American exceptionalism into our education system means that we are all prevented from reaching our full potential. With a fuller understanding and belief in a more nuanced history of America, our country might not be losing thousands of people each day to a virus that is under control in other areas of the world. We would be able to give respect and equity to each member of our country. Lucky for us, we are in a perfect moment to create sweeping educational reform. We are in an unprecedented crisis that has exposed many of America's deepest flaws: healthcare, childcare, low-wage work, racism. People seem ready for change. I am ready for change. I am ready to see this country become what it can be. Not what it is or was, but a truly exceptional America. Thank you.
morning. I'm Ciel Waters-Umplate, and I'm a junior at the University of Michigan studying creative writing and literature. As a 20-year-old, I don't know much about parenting. Excluding my fur babies, I don't have children of my own, let alone children in school. However, I don't have to know how to parent in order to understand the need for parental engagement in children's education. As a college student, I know almost nothing about how to raise a child. But as a tutor at Detroit Public Schools and a citizen of Earth, I know the kind of support children need to learn and grow. And a lot of it comes from outside the classroom. To illustrate what I mean, let's assume that a child's main source of learning is their teacher, and that most of their cognitive, social, and emotional growth happens within the classroom. Given the taxing curricula and high expectations that schools already place on students, it's not too unreasonable to think that school time is learning time and home is a break. I mean, how often do you think parents take on the main role of teaching their kids Algebra 2? Odious math requirements aside, let's consider the apple and tree metaphor I referenced in my title. You've probably heard the old cliche that the apple never falls far from the tree, or in other words, that children grow up to be at least somewhat like their parents. One can debate the wisdom of that phrase, but for now, let's imagine children as apples. This apple that I've sliced into 8 represents a child's total waking hours during the year. Of these slices, how many do you think children actually spend in school? If you said 2, you're right. Children spend about a quarter of their waking hours during the year in school. That's pretty astounding, right? As much time as that may seem, remember, our model says that children do the majority of their learning in school, and these 2 slices are all the time they have. That's it. Furthermore, not all of this time is spent in a desk listening to the teacher or doing schoolwork. There's the hall passing times, lunch, recess, all of which are important uses of the day that eat into the amount of time that children spend doing hard learning. So that quarter of waking hours that children spend in school starts to look a lot smaller. Is that really all the time students need to achieve the goals set for them? Let's veer away from abstractions and give this analogy some context. We expect a lot out of our students. For example, reading is one of the hardest skills a person can learn, yet we expect children to do it independently by 3rd grade. And we're constantly testing and monitoring their achievement from K to 12. In fact, a study in 2015 found that the typical US student takes 112 standardized tests before graduating high school. That's roughly 10 a year. And when schools rely on high test scores for government funding, they do everything in their power to keep those to teach the test material. Some students thrive in that challenging environment and can keep up, but the National Assessment of Educational Progress found that only about 1/3 of all US students are performing at or above grade level in reading and math. The bar we set for children keeps getting higher, yet many aren't able to reach it. So what do the people in power do to get kids to that level? School administrators might revise the curriculum to have a heavier focus on core subjects like reading and math that show up on tests, while reducing or even eliminating other areas like the arts. Legislators, who often have never led a classroom, may write laws outlining new benchmarks for kids, even if they don't include provisions for reaching those goals. As an educator in Michigan, a particularly salient example of this is the recent 3rd grade reading law, which mandates that students must read proficiently by the end of 3rd grade or risk retention. Thousands of students could be held back every year, yet the state has so far failed to provide adequate resources to help them. No matter what the approach, all that extra material and workload ends up crammed into 7 hours of a day, 180 days a year. They juice these 2 slices for all they're worth and then wonder why they're still hungry, neglecting the other 6 slices of the apple. 1/4 of anything is a significant amount, but there's still lots more left to be dealt with. Educators for too long have pushed aside the untapped potential of home learning. It's not that they don't want to take advantage of it. Teachers are busy, and they're the professionals at teaching anyway. It's just that for a long time, families and schools haven't been connecting effectively in order to foster the relationships and transfer the necessary information to teach parents how to teach. Alejandro Gach-Artigas, founder of Springboard Collective, a program that equips parents with the skills they need to accelerate their child's learning, put it best when he said, "Parents are the experts on their children. Whereas teachers change annually, parents accumulate a wealth of knowledge about their children as learners." Later on, he followed that up with, "Teachers, on the other hand, are the experts on instruction. They know what their students need to make progress, yet the classroom setting makes it difficult to individually support every child." Parents and teachers, then, have skill sets that best support children when combined. Teachers provide instruction to a large group of students, and parents nurture and guide their children on an individual level. Ideally, schools and families would work to combine their strengths to extend education into the home and make use of the rest of the apple. But how do we implement that feasibly? Metaphors are one thing, but what does effective parental engagement look like? Well, it's a little different when the school year looks less like this and more like this. School closures and online learning have made education, well, not. But one positive side, other than protecting millions of children from contracting the virus, of course, to this has been the marked increase in parental engagement in their children's studies. Parents 2020, a survey conducted by Edge Research about parental opinions on schooling during the pandemic, found that parental engagement had increased across all racial and ethnic groups, with Hispanic and Black parents being the most likely to report feeling optimistic about the situation. What's more, roughly 2/3 of parents believe that they will continue to consult with their children's teachers and learn about what's expected of them at each grade level, even into the next school year. That's huge. Let me add a disclaimer here. Distance learning is not easy, and it's even harder for some. To learn online, one needs access to a computer and high-speed, reliable internet, which about 12 million students nationwide still don't have. Plus, with younger children, a caregiver needs to be home all the time, which doesn't mesh well with essential workers who have to go to their job. Then there's the fact that some kids might not have all of their needs, such as food, fulfilled at home. These factors and more complicate distance learning, and rarely do parents find it preferable to traditional learning. Still, when the line is blurred between home and school, as it is with the pandemic, teachers have to collaborate in ways that seemed inessential before. Teachers have to communicate homework and progress to parents, and parents have to monitor their children and help with completing work. According to the Parents 2020 survey, parents in the spring spent about 2.5 hours a day helping their children with schoolwork. That's basically another slice right there. Parent engagement might look a little different when schools reopen and more adults go back to work. But families and educators can each take steps to maintain the momentum gained this year. For parents, a meta-analysis of 10 million students shows that just 15 minutes of one-on-one time a night is sufficient to improve reading nearly twice as fast as school alone would. 15 minutes. 2 apple slices of an hour. Even the busiest parents can find that time to spare. For school staff, teachers need to make sure that parents have the skills and resources they need to guide their children effectively. As a tutor to young students, I know better than most that teaching a child to read is more than just pointing out words on a page. Teachers also have to find and utilize the communication methods that parents find the most accessible. The best written email in the world is useless if the recipient can't check their inbox. School psychologists and social workers have a role to play as well. I mentioned earlier that distance learning comes with several complications, and psychologists and social workers are in the best position to reach out to families in need and make sure that they have what they need to do online learning. Luckily, many organizations, such as private internet providers and the FDA, have been working to provide emergency services to families in need. Detroit Public Schools, where I have been privileged to work for the last 2 years, is exemplary for their response to the pandemic. Together with several local philanthropic organizations, they raised $23 million to provide all 51,000 students in their district with computers and internet access at no charge to the families. Will engaging parents in children's education take effort? Yes. Time, money, resources, absolutely, all of the above. But since when is anything worth attaining not? Are we going to prioritize capital, or are we going to put our youth first? The apple may not fall far from the tree, but by strengthening the tree's roots and empowering it to nurture, we can ensure that the apple turns out to be the best it can be.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alicia Frazier, and I'm a rising senior at Purdue University majoring in General Communication and African American Studies. Today, my speech is entitled The Miseducation of Black Students in America. So in high school, I was a pretty average student, but I started my senior year with a 2.66 and finished with a 2.85. It was this school year that I finally realized that it was important for me to get into college because I didn't have any other plans, and the only other option was the workforce. I didn't want to stay in state, but it was cheaper, more accessible to my family, and Purdue Northwest is a good school nonetheless. However, I knew I wanted the normalcy of college as PNW is a primarily commuter campus, so I transferred to Purdue University in West Lafayette my sophomore year. With all things, there are ups and downs, but this year overall opened the floodgates to the problems within society and personally for most people across the country. 2020 was supposed to be the year. It's the start of a new decade, which should bring new opportunities and growth. I was going to study abroad again with the Black Cultural Center, travel with my friends to research the Gullah Geechee culture in South Carolina and Georgia, and travel to visit potential graduate schools. And then Miss Corona hit. Many of my peers, including myself, were facing unemployment, and a lot of students didn't get the chance to get a stimulus check. My hopes and dreams of walking across the stage in May 2021 to get my degree are shattered, as all college students can relate to right now. Put that on top of the murder of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Sean Reed. It was as if the weight of the world was on my shoulders, and I know thousands, if not millions of other people like me, Black people, felt the same. As companies, administrations, leaders, and celebrities began to speak out against the heinous murders, one of which happened in my home state, true colors became more apparent. It feels as if the companies only feel like speaking up because they know the Black dollar means something. It doesn't feel genuine. This led me to question my role as a citizen in the future. Do I, as a Black woman, want to work for a company that doesn't value my life? How does my role as a student conflict with the true feelings of these hierarchical structures? African Americans account for 13% of the US population. Of the total amount of African Americans in the States, only 11.86% hold a 4-year bachelor's degree. Black undergraduate students at predominantly white institutions, otherwise known as PWIs, comprise 87.1% of the overall Black college student population in the US. The remaining 12.9% of Black undergraduates are enrolled at historically Black colleges and universities, also known as HBCUs. However, the volume of Black students in PWIs are very small in individual institutions. Some examples are Indiana University Bloomington with 3.51%, Purdue University with 3.03%, The Ohio State University with 5.68%, and so on. In campuses that are all majority white, it becomes easy to doubt the worthiness of your space on that campus. It's like an inner battle that is reinforced by the microaggressions and racism that happen on campus. This is called imposter syndrome, where people doubt their accomplishments and fear being exposed as a fraud. Being immersed in an environment that historically was not meant to include you, as research shows, can negatively impact the success of students in many ways. Research also shows that even after segregation was ruled illegal, higher education institutions resisted the change, furthering the racial tensions that still exist on campuses today. On top of that, according to the American Council of Education, there are 4 factors that hinder the success of Black students at PWIs. 1, sense of belonging. 2, lack of preparedness due to K-12 education. 3, large non-traditional population in the Black community. And 4, 2/3 of Black students do not finish college because of finances. It is no wonder that the graduation rate of Black public institution students is 40% in comparison to the 62% rate of their white counterparts. Of the 4 factors, I'm going to focus on a sense of belonging. The long history of racial prejudice has led to today's students feeling as if they don't belong. The bill is named after racist predecessors, the intentional separation of Black students from campus, and other racially insensitive occurrences, all built on the lack of sense of belonging that all students of color feel on campus. It's not only the white students who cause the negative effects of being at a PWI, but the presidents and higher ups at these institutions as well. Despite the fact that 45% of college presidents nationwide believe that racial relations are fair, their actions speak otherwise. Recently, the current president of Purdue University and former governor of Indiana, Mitch Daniels, referred to African American scholars as one of the rarest creatures in the midst of the campus's unrest due to a Puerto Rican student being discriminated against at the CVS pharmacy located on campus. Furthermore, another sector of the academic community are academic advisors and other student affairs professionals. As someone who hopes to one day become an academic advisor, it frustrates me when I see advisors provide little to no support for their advisees. While I've had great advisors in both high school and college, I've learned plenty of horror stories that have led Black students to distrust or avoid their advisors as much as possible. In fact, in a case study, it was found that advisors would recommend easier courses or for the student to change their major from a hard one, like engineering, to an easy one, like communication. The only option we're left with is to create our own spaces, from clubs to cultural centers. I knew when I went to college, I wanted to surround myself with people who looked like me. So I intentionally chose to spend most of my time in the Black Cultural Center. Research shows that this is a conscious decision that many Black students come to when immersed in a predominantly white space. If students cannot find these spaces, it can make their college experience harder. All of these instances can build onto the stress that reduces the likelihood of one graduating from a university, as well as decrease the mental and physical health of Black students. For example, in a university in the southeastern region of the US, Black students express that racism is a normal part of their college experience. A student from this particular university named Alexis stated, "There are some people who are still so stuck in their ways who just don't like Black people. It's just something you got to deal with if you accept coming to a flagship university." Black people in general have always had to accept the reality of the world around them, as I mentioned in my article about my grandfather, which everyone should go check out on the Midstory page. Personally, I've become accustomed to the injustices that occur on campus and in situations outside of my academic career. It's not surprising to me that hundreds of students on my campus have reported the microaggressions and racist experiences that happen to an Instagram at Black at Purdue. I'm not surprised by a student at my school posting a racist TikTok insinuating that he'll run over Black Lives Matter protesters. It took a lot of effort from Purdue students, alum, and allies to get the student in question expelled from the university. That alone sends the message that the target on Black students is not an issue to administrators unless their reputation is on the line. Instead of waiting for the fire to ignite, it would be best for universities to listen to the concerns of students as they arise. Most of the systemic issues that universities face today could be considered a snowball effect of all of the issues that were swept under the rug for years. Moreover, hiring more Black staff and faculty could improve the quality of education that Black students and other students of color receive as well, as Black student affairs professionals only make up 12% of the field. A solution I would have for these institutions and the government is to put their money where their mouths are. Increase the funding in cultural centers and diversity and inclusion departments, as well as funding for HBCUs. At HBCUs, Black students do not feel the same pressures because of their race, since Black people are the majority. This gives HBCU students a better experience socially, and according to research, Black students show a better intellectual adjustment at HBCUs rather than PWIs. However, HBCUs are still in need of more funding that should be allocated not only to STEM, but also the social sciences and the humanities as well. Following the pandemic, it is currently unimaginable what the government will continue to do to offset the damages done by the pandemic. There are also institutions facing external damages from natural disasters, such as Tennessee State. Where does all of this leave Black students in the United States? Confused, angry, sometimes complacent, and scared. don't work in a corporate setting, how will we become successful and live stably? Luckily, there's a growing gig economy thanks to recent technological advancements. But for students who do not know where to start, where would a degree take them? I personally cannot imagine where I'm going in the future, as like I said, the pandemic continues to shape and change our lives daily. More than that, I'm unsure of where I'm going because being Black in America is knowing that you will face unfair treatment, unwarranted barriers, and racism in any setting. It could be in the classroom, at the workplace, or even in the grocery store. While Black students only represent a small portion of the overall college student population, their impacts on campus makes universities millions each year through sports, cultural events, and more. Black students of America, we're tired and we deserve more and better from these institutions. What would they be without us? Universities, listen to your students of color's concern with open ears and hearts. It is time to address the racial problems that exist on campuses across the United States, as the problems of the past will not be solved until it's fully addressed. It's not only necessary to put Black and brown people in higher education, but to advocate and reduce the barriers that exist so that students of color could have an equitable education. This could be done by implementing more initiatives with the students' interests at the heart of it. I don't have the solutions to everything, but my experiences along with research and other personal anecdotes show that there's a large issue that needs to be changed, although the systems in place seemingly make it almost impossible to do so. The hope of the future, while it may seem dim, could actually be brighter than we think. Young students are advocating for their rights on campus and in the real world. I believe that my generation will be the change necessary for future generations. We might not see the efforts in this lifetime, but our actions now will benefit or disadvantage the successors of the society that we live in. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jose Pablo Fernandez Garcia, and I'm a rising sophomore at Princeton University. I'm interested in public policy, specifically international relations. When I began looking for colleges, I knew that one of my top goals was getting away entirely from Cincinnati. In fact, it was getting out of Ohio. However, my mom thinks it's one of life's great ironies, simply because when her job with Procter& Gamble brought my family from Mexico City to Cincinnati only a month after my fourth birthday, one of my parents' top reasons for the move was settling down in a calmer, safer place. But I want to leave that calmer, safer place now. I want to leave for somewhere I think is more exciting, has more to offer. So I left. I went 500 miles away to Princeton, and I was very excited about some very mundane things. I liked that I could walk everywhere. I could walk to coffee shops, to restaurants of varying cuisine, few of them national brands, and much more. Meanwhile, the closest store to my house is a Menards, a 16-minute walk away. The closest restaurant is a Raising Cane's, an additional 2 minutes away. And when my family first arrived, they were just empty lots with no sidewalks along the road. I found moving 500 miles away was an upgrade just on this difference alone. But I also started to ask, isn't it kind of ridiculous that I needed to move so far away just to find a place that didn't feel like a collection of super wide roads and super large parking lots? Meanwhile, my new friends and I at college started to joke about all the Why I Left New York essays. The form started about 50 years ago with Joan Didion's prize-winning Goodbye to All of That. But now, the essays are filled with cliches about having gone to New York to find oneself only to have since moved on to a new phase of life. It got me thinking about the question of why one chooses to leave a place. I mean, I had my own reasons to leave Cincinnati, but I hadn't really examined them in any critical manner. And as I worked with Midstory this summer, I stumbled upon a couple new questions. If people have such strong reasons for leaving a place they feel compelled to write essays, what makes them choose wherever they're going next? And if we're talking about the Midwest, what do cities like Toledo and Cincinnati need to do in order to get all the people leaving bigger coastal cities to choose them? What would it take for the Why I Left New York essay to become the Why I Chose the Midwest essay? Now, to clarify one thing, I don't hate the Midwest. I just see some roadblocks in the way of getting people to choose this region with so much enthusiasm, it spurs an essay form, even approaches cliche. If you ask me what the roadblocks are and how to clear them, I can think of three things the Midwestern cities should do. They need to further develop a narrative of vitality and opportunity. They need to invest in and prioritize their own existing communities. And they need to strengthen their sense of a connected community. One big question at Midstory is figuring out the Midwestern narrative and redefining it for the future. From the work I've done with Midstory to my own lived experiences, this work is crucial because we need to ditch the dying Rust Belt narrative that is as the main Midwestern story. Instead, let's encourage the already existing stories of growth, success, and transformation that show Midwestern cities have sustainable futures. You know, all throughout my childhood, the main story I heard of the area was one of there not being much to offer me here, of the place being a hollow shell of its former self. Of course, there's some truth to that. Cincinnati's population, for example, peaked in the 50s and 60s. At one point, it led the nation in population decline. Industry and manufacturing left, and jobs wealth opportunities followed. It's a narrative familiar to many Midwestern cities. But this narrative is only one of a rich tapestry of Midwestern stories. It doesn't capture the totality of such a large, diverse region. And critically, it's a narrative that did only one thing for me. It made me want to leave. Why would I want to stay in a supposedly dying place? What's dying is only an older version of this region. In its place, a newer version has started to emerge. In fact, for the first time in decades, some Midwestern cities like Cincinnati have seen their population grow. It's slow growth, but it's growth. Still, this newer version of Midwestern cities can't fully flourish if we allow the dominating story to be the decline of the older version. As much as we at Midstory want people to engage with all the differing stories waiting to be told, if there's only one Midwestern story the country gets to hear, Why should it so consistently be the one casting a shadow? Why can't the defining story be the one that shows the blossoming life and future of the Midwest? Additionally, Cincinnati's past contraction only holds within city limits because the overall metropolitan area has actually enjoyed consistent and tremendous growth during the same time period while the city proper faced an exodus. So how can the city itself capture some of the growth the metropolitan area has enjoyed for so long? My answer is Midwestern cities need to push back against sprawling suburbs that extract value from the city but contribute little to nothing in return. Instead, cities need to invest in nurturing their own existing communities. The recent history of Cincinnati's development has been one of catering to ever expanding and increasingly distant suburbs to the detriment of the city itself. In many ways, cities like Cincinnati and their suburbs don't have a mutualistic relationship. The New York Times editorial board recently described Indian Hill, one of Cincinnati's wealthiest suburbs, as a parasite, taking what it values from Cincinnati while contributing little to it as possible. One effect is in education. The Ohio Department of Education gave Cincinnati public schools a score of D on its latest school report card, while Indian Hill exempted Village got an A. Of course, there are numerous factors that affect the student outcomes and the scores of these school districts, but it's hard to ignore the fact that Indian Hill had about 50% more money to spend per student than Cincinnati had in the same year. Moving on, a look at Cincinnati maps show a history strangled by highways. With the hope of making the city more accessible, especially for growing suburbs, I-75 was built. In the process, over 25,000 residents were forced out and much of the West End was destroyed. The once bustling neighborhood is now home to asphalt and industrial parks. Other highway lanes separate Cincinnati from what used to be its lifeblood, the Ohio River. It's a separation that's only somewhat been remedied by recent development of the riverside. And living in a suburb of Cincinnati myself, I've experienced the isolation they create. Often suburbs have everything you might need to live a comfortable life to the point where there's no need to ever go into the city at all. This disconnect from the city may be convenient for some, but it also raises the question, how can a city possibly benefit from any growth of its metropolitan area if suburbanites see no role for the city in their lives? Where does this leave a city? Well, Midwestern cities need to develop with a focus on the city itself, making it a more desirable place to live than the suburbs, so that cities themselves start growing again. Of course, cities can't entirely ignore the communities beyond, but they do at the very least need to prevent any more development that benefits the suburbs to their own detriment. Returning to the stereotypical narrative of a Midwest in decline, the hot item in many supposed solutions to this is jobs. So many politicians, for example, promise to protect jobs or somehow bring them back, even if most know they won't return. As much as jobs and economic investment are important, people need more than a job. This isn't to minimize their importance, but especially not in the current crisis, but cities should be much more than just places of work. I mean, what good is a city that's only alive during business hours? This question reminds me of a friend's high school graduation party, only a handful of steps from the Cincinnati Reds stadium. It was mid-afternoon and I parked a couple of blocks away so I could walk around the city a bit. I was astonished by the lack of people on the street. It was a game day. It was the very core of the city and it felt like a ghost town. Rush hour, however, would bring gridlock to the same streets. Jobs may fill downtown office buildings, but they don't prevent the emptiness I saw that afternoon. Working to ensure Midwestern cities are more than just business parks may be more urgent than ever before. With so many people working from home, places that are little more than offices are dead. This shows the Midwestern city of the future needs to be one that promotes community interaction, especially since the Midwest is already prone to creating that isolation. An isolation that may be good during a pandemic, but the question remains, what good is a city that stands empty unless people go to their office? I'd rather our cities be places where people live, not just work, where they're pushed to weave a rich social network. In my mind, This looks like walkable cities with generous public spaces that draw life out from private homes and businesses. It looks like city rich with accessible public goods like libraries, schools, playgrounds, and fields that promote engagement with other community members. It looks like cities that aren't overly dependent on private enterprises to provide these spaces, since they can easily exclude people or simply disappear one day. I'd rather our cities be a place where people stay to live, to grow and connect, instead of only rushing for work and then leave it a ghost town at the end of the day. So, after asking, what if the Why I Left New York essay became the Why I Chose the Midwest essay? I guess the next question might be, what does a Why I Chose the Midwest essay even look like? My hope is that an abridged version one day goes something like this. I chose the Midwest because it is a rich, complex place full of diverse people and widespread opportunity. I chose the Midwest because it is full of growing, sustainable cities that earnestly invest in themselves. I chose the Midwest because it is full of strong, tightly connected communities with people not isolated from their neighbors. I've seen Cincinnati transform over the past 16 years. I've explored the complexities of the Midwest this summer at Midstory, and through both, I've seen the seeds of a Midwestern future for which people are so enthusiastic, they write essays about choosing the Midwest. They're seeds just waiting to sprout and to flourish. Thank you.
We're going to do something different at 11:15 right now. We actually had a previous speaker, Karamia, and she was unable to attend today just because she's ill. So we're going to be doing an intern panel and just talking a little bit about our interns' experience this summer and what that was like. If you have any questions, feel free to drop it in the live chat, and we can also answer those questions as we go, but we're going to spend the next 10 to 12 minutes just chatting with CL, Jose Pablo, and Jesse. So if you guys could just go around and introduce yourself a little bit, if you just your university and your major, and then I have a few questions for you guys. CL, why don't you start us off?
All right, hi, I'm CL. I am a creative writing and literature major at the University of Michigan.
Jose Pablo?
Hi, I'm Jose Pablo. You just heard me speak. I'm a sophomore at Princeton University, interested in studying public policy.
And Jesse?
Hi, I'm Jessie Walton. I'm a BFA graphic design major and marketing minor here at Bowling Green State University.
Great, fantastic. This summer has been pretty crazy, and I'm sure your spring semester as well. A lot of things, a lot of movement, a lot of change. What were your guys' expectations coming into a virtual internship? And, you know, virtual, I think just a lot of thoughts just go through my head when I think of an internship virtually. What were your guys' expectations, like, honestly, to this? Anybody can just unmute and share.
I mean, I really had no idea. On the one hand, I thought I might have to sit in front of a computer 9 to 5, 5 days a week, which wasn't too exciting. But I also thought maybe I just won't talk to anyone at all, except for like once a week. But fortunately, neither of those has been the case.
Yeah, that's great. CL?
Yeah, you know, I don't even really remember what my expectations were. I think any expectations I had for 2020 just got thrown out the window when the pandemic hit. And so I was just like, you know what? My original plans for the summer got canceled. And so here's this other wonderful opportunity that I can take, and I'm gonna see what I can learn from it.
Yeah. Jesse?
I was like 0 to 100. I was grateful to go into an internship, to even have an internship during all of this. And at the same time, I was dreading it, but not because of Midstory, but because I'm such an extroverted person. I love being around people. I love giving my friends hugs. And I was like, I'm going to meet all these new people and I'm going to want to hug all of them. Like, what am I going to do?
So I know a lot of people are asking us, you know, when we talk about a college internship, you know, when you think about, you know, a small nonprofit or a small company, you know, you don't think about 18 interns, right? Maybe a few here and there, but we're bringing on 18 college interns, and that's quite a lot. So a lot of people ask us, what do you guys even do? You know, what do you do with the interns? Like, what are the interns even doing during the time with you guys? Maybe Jose Pablo, you can talk a little bit about, you know, what did you do as part of this internship?
Well, I mean, we have our weekly Monday all-team meetings, which is a good time to check in, but most of the time it is independent work. There's been a lot of guest speakers, which have been great. It's a good time to just learn from other people and also interact with our fellow interns. And yeah, there's social events as well, which I know we've all really enjoyed a lot. But yeah, I don't know if anyone else wants to take it from there.
Yeah, I will echo the independent work. It's been, I mean, it has been independent work in that we've had to work on our own articles and videos, podcasts, whatever it is we've been doing, graphics for Jesse. But at the same time, there's been a good social aspect to it. Like we're able to have conversations online, and we know each other on more than just a professional level. And so while most of our work throughout the day is done on our own, I've never felt alone in the process.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Because normally when people think of internships, they think of, okay, I'm going to go and get coffee and donuts for my boss and then bring them back. Whereas this time around, like I was a graphics person here at Midstory. And you really have to push yourself since it's your own personal time and your own personal organization, just to stay focused. But at the same time, I felt I had the team behind me. I did never feel alone, and I could just do a bunch of things in full confidence that I could talk to other people along the way.
Yeah. And Jesse, you were a kind of a graphics oriented intern. Tell me a little more about kind of the work that you did on the day-to-day.
Yeah, so it was a lot of fun. First can start it with that. But so my day-to-day is I would wait for someone to have a draft of an article, and they would usually need a header graphic. So either myself or my other coworker, Whitney, or our boss, aka also the founder, Ruth Chang, would work with us. And they would give us usually an idea of what they would want, or they would say, this is what the topic is about. You can go on and make a draft and see from there on. And we'd go through a few phases of drafts, tweaking it and changing it to how the person who has the article and how they would like it, how it would just look more appropriate, color schemes and all of that kind of stuff. And then going from that point on. And see how I love your dog.
Jose Pablo, you did a lot of writing, for us. What was that process like? Take me through that process of going from, a piece from the very beginning all the way to the end.
Well, probably one of the highlights of the internship experience is that we got to pitch our own ideas. So everything I've produced so far started with an idea I had, and everyone has been really open to all of our ideas. So then Logan and I would usually talk for a little bit about which ones to actually pursue. I mean, not all ideas are best ideas, but after that, it would just be doing a bit of research, maybe reaching out to people if I needed to talk to someone, or and then just writing. I have a very unorganized writing process where I'll just start writing without a very clear plan, and then like after writing a bit, I'll actually come up with some plan. But after that, it was I'd submit it, and then with Logan's help again, and with the graphic people's help, we'd put the final product together through editing and making it more than just words on a screen.
Yeah. And Sia, what was your day-to-day like?
Yeah, I mean, it was probably about the same as Jose Pablo's, I'd say. Like, sorry if you can hear my dog in the background. But what was my day-to-day like? I mean, it depended on the day. Like, there were some days when I had lots to do, some days when I didn't have as much to do. And I did like the freedom of the time schedule. Like, with an internship, a physical internship, you would expect to be there from like 9 to 5, but I am in no way a morning person. So it was okay if I started my day a little bit later. It just mean I'd have to work later, and that's fine. That's when I work best. So
yeah.
It was just about finding when the inspiration was flowing and capitalizing on that.
Yeah, we focus a lot on collaboration, and I think for us, we would love to have you guys in person because it's best to do collaboration in person. But what was collaboration like virtually, and how was that facilitated? What did that look like on the day-to-day? Maybe Jesse, you can start.
So for one thing that I could give an example for is collaboration on the Instagram stories and the graphics that we've been working on. So I've been working with Whitney, and usually when you're doing like as a graphics collab team or something, you are at the same table for hours on end looking at the same screen. Whereas it was a little bit different for us. So we would go back and forth on the Google Drive, and we'd add each other in Slack and message each other all the time. And I think like a pro to that was you could message someone at midnight and they might answer back. Do they have to? No, but like they could. And I utilize that a lot just not going at that one strict time. I was able to flow and work through it throughout the constant day and have that person have my back.
Yeah. Jose Pablo?
About my day-to-day or?
Your collaboration.
Oh, collaboration, yeah, sorry. Well, the first piece I worked on was a team piece. It was the power of place. I think that's the original idea. I can't remember exactly if that was the final title, but I worked with another intern, Sky Wu, and it was great. I mean, it consisted of a couple of Google Meets and just a lot of messaging back and forth. And of course, it's not the same as being in person, but it's still possible.
Yeah. Ciel, you mentioned kind of the social element of things. Tell me a little about like how socials were facilitated. What was that like? I mean, to really grow rapport in a community as an intern cohort this year.
Yeah, well, we have a group chat outside of our like business Slack communication. We roast you a lot, Sam. It's okay.
Yep.
Because we love you. But it's like, because of that, we can share life updates and dog pictures and more dog pictures and dog videos. And anyway, that would be my blind dog who just ran into a table. Anyway, you can see what my life is consumed by, but we also, we share articles every week, interesting articles, and those help me to see like what other people are reading about and what they like. And so people's personalities shine asynchronously, but they still do.
Yeah. Anybody else want to respond to kind of how we're able to build community virtually?
I think a lot of it also has to do with the chat feature. You wouldn't realize, like even when having business meetings and that kind of stuff, it's not just like the jokes and that, but like being able to talk, like a side talk instead of like whispering in the meeting room, you can just throw a little chat in there or something and make a laugh and not interrupt the meeting that's going on. And I think that's made us bond even closer in a way. But at the same time, being able to relax and say like, hey, you can make jokes with these people, but hey, you can still be professional. So it's been a lot of fun.
Great. And my last question for you three, if you could pick one favorite moment, favorite experience, what would that be? Jose Pablo, go.
Oh, I thought you were going to say pick one favorite founder. And I was like, I'm not prepared to make that decision. But one favorite moment? It'd probably be some of the conversations I had. Just interviewing people who've been working in the Midwest and have some exciting ideas. It's really turned around my perspective on my home. So that's probably the highlight for me. Yeah.
Ciel?
Yeah, I would echo that. That's been really great. And I've loved our guest speakers like Shane Meeker. For those of you who have not heard of him, he's a corporate storyteller for P&G, right? That's the title. Yeah. So he came talk to us about story, and it's like I've gained such a new perspective on how to write and how to pitch ideas from him. And it's been so great that Midstory has been able to bring those people to speak with us.
And lastly, Jesse.
As cheesy as it sounds, I honestly think when we went through that first week and did the tour of Toledo, even living in Bowling Green, which is 25 minutes away, it showed a new eye and looking how Toledo is. And then from then to now, how much more of an appreciation I have for Toledo and the Midwest as a whole. And I'm very grateful for that and that experience.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you three for joining me today. I'll let you guys get off now, and we're going to hop right on to our next speech in just a few minutes. So I'll see you guys in the chat.
is John Harvey. I am a environmental science major at the University of Toledo, and today I'm going to be talking of how I started a composting business. So, when I first graduated from college, right at the start of the pandemic, I just needed a job. I just needed to make some money. So, I started working at a local Pan-Asian restaurant. I was doing food prep. We'd get veggies in, clean them, cut them. We were the main people doing the veggies. We'd throw them out, and I soon realized all this veggie waste that we were throwing away, this is perfect for composting. Now, if you don't know about, wait a second. Sorry, let me. During the first few days, I was shocked at how much food the restaurant was throwing away. We'd fill multiple trash cans day by day, and coming from an environmental science background, my family had been composting. My dad was a farmer. I'd seen, dear Lord, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. This is a new thing for me. I asked the manager if they'd ever thought of composting. He said they wanted to, there just wasn't anyone in Toledo doing it yet. So the next day I came into work with a 5-gallon bucket. I started collecting all the food scraps. I asked the other employees, I said, hey guys, can you please fill these buckets with food scraps? I'm trying to start a composting business. They asked if I could bring them in buckets. Pretty soon, everybody in the kitchen was filling buckets with food scraps. I was hauling over 15 buckets a week. I was taking them to my dad's house and dumping them right in his backyard. I was driving around a little Honda Civic, and I outfitted it by throwing a piece of plywood in the back. I turned it into a work truck. I had rotting kale in my car. Quickly became a windows down all the time vehicle. Now, the composting was such a hit at the restaurant, the employees were collecting the scraps even when I was gone. Between the quantity of buckets I was hauling, though, and the time that I was spending doing it, it started to feel like a part-time job. So I asked the owners if they would be willing to start a composting business, if they'd allow me to continue collecting, but if they'd be willing to pay me. It was a little bit too much to be doing as a hobby at this point. So they asked me, why do we need to compost? And I got to thinking, this isn't something that everybody's known. I've grown up with it around my family, but this isn't a typical American or really in the world anymore thing. Now, it is a natural process that nature's been doing since ancient civilizations. It involves leaves falling from the trees, animals stepping on it, and the balance of nature basically turns the whole thing back into soil that's then used to give nutrients to the plants that they can grow and produce new. So composting is a process of mimicking nature's decomposition process. It involves adding nitrogen, which would be leaves, food scraps. We call them the greens. These things are the nutrient supply. And then there's the carbon. Carbon would be the paper and the dead leaves. Now, the carbon acts as a sort of energy source. The carbon gives what's known as bacteria and fungi a place to live. The nitrogen supplies it with food. Now, by mimicking this situation where you've got the nitrogen and the carbon, you create the ideal conditions to turn the food scraps into nutritious soil again. Now, the way that it works, there's little tiny microorganisms, bacteria and fungi. They colonize the nutrient-rich food scraps, break it down into smaller and smaller and smaller pieces, ultimately turning these big banana peels and leaves and sticks into tiny little pieces of soil, also known as humus. So what's going on inside these piles? You may look at a compost pile and it looks like nothing but a pile of dirt, maybe some food scraps that someone's thrown out on the side of their house. There's actually a lot going on in there. So the first stage is called the mesophilic stage. It constitutes the first couple days, and it raises the temperature to 70 to 80 degrees, depending on any time of the year. This could be winter, this could be summer, spring, fall. Now, it does this by breaking down the biodegradable compounds. The bacteria are actually alive inside of here. So they're living, breeding, dying, and through this process, they're using up energy, and that energy is released as heat. Now, these piles can get so hot that you can actually see steam coming off of them. If you touch them, they should be hot to the touch. That means you have an active compost pile. Now, the second, this is called the thermophilic stage, literally meaning the stage of increased temperature. So at this point, the compost is roughly 100 degrees, sometimes even warmer than that. Now in the winter, you can keep these inside of hoop houses, and people can even use this compost pile to heat their greenhouse, just from the amount of heat coming off. Now, higher temps mean faster breakdowns of proteins, fats, and carbs, all things found in food. But it can actually get so hot at this point that it kills off all of the microorganisms, killing off all the good bacteria and the bad. Now, this stage can take a couple weeks to a couple months, depending on how productive it is. Typically, if you're doing this through the summer, you want a faster composting pile, so by the end of the season, you can replenish your soil or you can sell it to others. Now, after a few weeks, this huge pile that once resembled a huge mound of trash is the size of a milk jug, only more nutritious. Now, there's two types of bacteria in there. We've got good bacteria and we've got bad bacteria. The good bacteria, aerobic, known as oxygen-breathing bacteria, consumes organic material. It excretes nitrogen, phosphorus, and magnesium. These are the building blocks of plants. So this bacteria, basically through its whole life cycle, goes from a living thing that occurs naturally, breaks down your food scraps, and turns it into fertilizer. But there's another bacteria known as anaerobes. These are non-oxygen breathing bacteria. They produce chemicals that are actually toxic to plants and can cause the compost pile to stink. This is where a lot of people have bad conceptions of composting. Now, in order to get rid of the bad bacteria and to keep the good bacteria, people stir the pile. By stirring the pile, you're taking the outside, moving it inside, and the inside and moving it outside, oxygen killing off the anaerobes and giving energy to the aerobes. Very important to stir. All right. Now, what's the point of all this? This is what my boss asked me. This is what people have asked me when I've tried to talk them into composting. Why do we need to compost? It seems just like a messy hobby to get into. So ultimately, we're running out of soil. Every time that a plant or vegetable is grown, it extracts nutrients from the soil, most typically nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, also known as NPK. Now, that would all be fine and natural if we were replenishing the soil with its lost nutrients. Like in the past, a tree would grow, die, that would become soil, and the next thing would grow out of it. We're at a point where we're taking things out of the soil and we're not putting them back in. When the soil is exploited year after year, without returning any of the organic matter back to its surface, it starts to break down. Not just chemically, but physically as well. It loses its strength, its ability to hold water, and its ability to withstand weather. It's as if you were taking the mortar out of the brick walls in a house. It quickly becomes too fragile to sustain itself. Each year, we lose an estimated 26 billion tons of topsoil. According to the United Nations, if we continue to degrade our soil at this rate, we'll run out in roughly 60 years. Running out of soil in 60 years. This could mean end of food for humanity. Now, states like Vermont, already preparing for what lies ahead, they've recently passed laws requiring residents and restaurants to compost their food waste, mandatory. The state takes the food and the yard waste to huge industrial yards where it's composted in the soil that they then sell back to the local farmers, replenishing their farm fields, replenishing their soil, and raising their ability to grow food. Now, if we have any hope of sustaining food and life for generations to come, we need to start focusing on the ground up, literally. We need to assist nature in her natural process of turning waste back into fertile soil. We can no longer afford to lock our nutrients in plastic bags and send them off to the landfill, never to replenish the earth again. If you've ever seen the movie WALL-E, that's the future we're trying to avoid. No plants, no soil, only mounds of trash. We're at a right point in history where we can not only see what our impact is, but we can also see what we can do to save it. Composting isn't rocket science. It's a pile of greens and a pile of browns, but it's also what we can do to save the world. Through composting, we can turn our cities waste-free. We can replenish our soils with the nutrients that will feed us for generations to come. I see this as an opportunity to change our food systems, as well as our relationship with nature. By mimicking the natural processes, we become more connected to the world around us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name's Sky Wu. I'm a rising sophomore at Amherst College. I'm currently undecided, and my prospective majors are philosophy and psychology. The first time I heard the term the American dream was from my 78-year-old grandpa. He was bidding farewell to me in the airport before I got on a flight to New York as a first-time international student in American high school. "Go pursue your American dream," he said. At that point, I wasn't sure what such a dream conveyed. I'm not sure whether my grandpa knew what it meant either, considering hardly knew anything about America. However, one thing was very clear to me. The American dream has its extensive magic, captivating people in and outside the country. For people like my grandpa, America is just a label for this dream of opportunities and upward mobility that has been a fundamental motivation for many human beings seeking a better life. It didn't take me long to realize how much a cliche the American dream is here in America. The notion is so familiar, and it has powered the hopes and aspirations for many generations in this country. It is also an ever-changing concept subject to societal forces. As inequalities aggravate across almost every sphere of our lives, economic, educational, medical, and cultural, I've started feeling conflicted every time I hear the words. For many people, such a dream is disillusioned while the concept of it still prevails and drives the general American psyche. Like I said earlier, it has become a cliche. People use the term often without fully knowing its true essence. And that's when I decided to visit the original American dream in order to figure out what has happened to it. The idea behind the American dream could be traced back to the founding of this nation. As author Jim Coolin indicated in his book, the Pilgrims, the Founding Fathers, the illiterate immigrants who could not speak English all lived the dream as people who imagined a destiny for themselves. In 1931, the term was popularized by author James Adams in his book, Epic of America. He suggested that it is the dream of a land in which life should be better and richer and fuller for every man, with opportunity for each according to his ability or achievement. This dream wasn't only of motor cars and high wages, but of a social order in which each man and each woman shall be able to attain to the fullest stature of which they're innately capable, and recognized by others for who they are. However, this dream has been repurposed by almost every generation since then. The Great Depression happened almost simultaneously with the birth of the dream. In response to the economic bust, President Roosevelt launched programs to spur housing construction during the Depression. And they worked. As he promised, the large number of returning veterans after World War II will be taken care of. The rise of suburban development realized the dream for millions of veterans, while excluded African Americans, since they were barred from such development. Once the dream has been associated with home ownership, its connection with the notions of equality and community weakened. As the American economy prospered, a better life started to imply not just an economically secure life, but an abundant life. The American consumer was even praised as a patriotic citizen in the 1950s. In Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, he spoke of the vision about the disappearance of prejudice and a rising community spirit. Even in this civil rights movement that aims to retrieve the original dream of justice, the dream then has become so closely linked to material comfort and consumption, and it has become the symbol of full participation in American society. According to historian Elizabeth Cohen, this is part of what many African Americans have strived to achieve, participating fully as American citizens. Many Americans have come to believe that each generation would have more than the last. Their children will have a better life that is composed of a nicer home, car, education, and just more stuff in general. From the reduction in tax by the Reagan administration that encouraged investment in real estate to the bust of the housing bubble in 2008, the American dream remained remarkably strong. The idea that one rises and falls based on personal achievements is the most prominent component of the dream today. More importantly, this notion of individual success has more of a materialistic connotation than a moralistic one. One reason behind this commercialization of the dream could be that wealth is so closely linked to political and social power that almost everything can be bought. When the foundation of pursuing a better life, for example, healthcare and education, started becoming more and more exclusive to the rich, more people are compelled to see the dream as a goal of material abundance, because that has become one of the only ways to access a relatively decent life. The dream also narrowly focuses on people's behaviors rather than economic processes, environmental constraints, and political structures as the causal explanation of social orderings. It explains our relative rank as the result of solely our own doing. It promises that our system functions as a meritocracy. But how can we claim a commitment to meritocracy when our own lived experiences often contradict it? We live in a society where not only wealth gap steadily widens, but also social mobility sharply declines. If we only see the dream's meritocracy, we will never be able to recognize the merit of those left behind, especially when it helps to mask and justify the systems of inequality, which contributes to the collective denial and maintenance of such structural inequities. The winners in a system are compelled to believe that life is fairer than it is, even though the American dream today is only pursuable by a fraction of the society. I came to America for my education. In the words of Horace Mann, education is the great equalizer, something that is supposed to help level the playing field. Now, in the words of social scientist Robert Putnam, is closer to the great fortifier, compounding the advantages of class, since the affluent come better prepared and more able to pay. In his research on education inequality, he found that a few decades ago, the gap between rich and poor kids in finishing college was 39 percentage points, and it is now 51 percentage points. Even poor kids with high test scores are slightly less likely to get degrees than rich kids with low scores. I do hear stories about the poor kids transcending class barriers with the aid of higher education, embracing success, and escaping impoverishment. But those stories tend to be miracles for many towns across this country. Compared to them, I'm more likely to hear stories of kids being unable to attend colleges, or some of them having to drop out in the middle of their college career due to the cost. I'm more likely to hear stories of racial trauma told by some marginalized student groups. I'm more likely to hear stories of how hard it is to earn a certain social place on campus or in the world for the underprivileged students. Almost 100 years after the phrase "the American dream" first entered the nation's consciousness, real advantages and disadvantages have been passed along categorically to each generation. It has become extremely difficult for many people in this country to move upward and ahead. Among the 1 million international students in America today, I'm extremely privileged to be able to pursue my education here, when many American students cannot. I'm non-American, while the American dream has also shaped my aspirations and even identity. The pursuit of this dream, for many Chinese families who send their children to American schools, came at a price. By price, I mean literally. While international educational exchange should be prized for its intellectual value, many schools also rely on full tuition payments from foreign students to help cover costs, especially the large group of students from China. And in face of such a high price of education, many Chinese families struggle with cost and are put under huge financial strain. However, the lure of the dream's fruition has pumped countless Chinese students into the US. Notion that we'll achieve if we work hard enough also manifested itself in the international communities here. I've seen wealthy Chinese parents bragging about their sons and daughters' new job at globally renowned investment banks. I've also witnessed PhDs from grassroots families being forced to return to China and struggling to find a job. Coming from a middle-class family, I could never forget my mom's disappointed eyes when I told her that I wanted to stay in the US after college. She asked, "Why would you want to go through all of that to become a secondary citizen in that country?" She wasn't doubting her daughter's ability to earn a place on her own in a foreign country. She was just worried that in a society where a sense of class positioning has been internalized, I might not end up where I deserve to be, especially facing many not so friendly policies against Chinese international students as the relationship between China and the US worsens. Most of us, international or not, probably don't recall being taught what the American dream is. It is hard to trace back our understanding of it, to know how we know it, but we do know it. We recognize what it is, and we seem to have learned it along the way. I do acknowledge that many Americans have achieved upward mobility. Many of them might have felt gratified and consequently deepened their commitment to the American dream. However, when an ideology depends so heavily on its non-existing fairness and benevolence, it ultimately fractures. The dream originally encapsulates freedom, mutual respect, and equality of our opportunity. Basically, that you have the right to be what you want to be, and you could do it if you want. Many of the dream's tenets need to be re-examined today. The Americans who have able to seek comfort and prosperity through pursuing the American dream have been epitomizing America as this meritocratic and bountiful promised land. And those who do not fit in this perfect story today tend to disappear from the collective self-portrait of the nation. An American dream that is commercialized and feeds into escalating inequalities is putting the futures of the underprivileged at stake. After all, our dreams are all deeply connected to each other's. After all, it is a dream not only about our own futures, but the world's. So what does the American dream mean today for you? Can it imply something different? Should it? Maybe that's something to talk about at the next family dinner. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Milan Eldridge, and I'm a recent graduate from Princeton University who majored in art and archaeology. What if art was created in a way that reinforced the ideas it expressed? In order to fully delve into this question, I asked you to consider what The Amazing Spider-Man 2, 50 Shades of Grey, and Cats had in common. You would be correct to say that they are all titles of major motion pictures, but they are also movies that employed sustainable film production practices. Historically, filmmakers have played a crucial role in disseminating and raising critical issues for society. These include environmental threats from climate change and overexploitation of resources. So, what if films were not only progressive in content, but also in process? In other words, what if movie sets were more sustainable? Already, filmmakers have been adapting more pro-environmental practices in their own productions. However, there is not yet an industry-wide standard that has been unilaterally implemented or enforced. Today, I am going to talk about the benefits of sustainable film production and why the motion picture industry should move beyond its environmentally detrimental habits of the past. In order to do this, we will first look at The Amazing Spider-Man 2, which is considered the most eco-friendly blockbuster in the history of Sony Pictures. During their shoot, they accomplished a 52% waste diversion rate from landfills and donated 49.7 tons of materials such as lumber, steel, and glass for reuse on future productions. In addition to this, they donated 5,862 meals to local shelters, saved 193,000 disposable plastic bottles from landfills, and earned a carbon neutral certification. It is estimated that the team's sustainability practices saved more than $400,000. What if film production practices were updated with a more sustainable approach on a wider scale? Not only would this be beneficial for the environment, but it could produce tremendous savings, stimulate local economies, and set a precedent for a wide array of businesses and industries. Although the discussion of sustainability in film began in the early 1990s, much of the attention has centered around environmental content, environmental activism, and the philanthropy of celebrities as opposed to the tangible production operations. For example, films such as WALL-E, Avatar, and Food Inc. highlight the negative impact that humanity is having on the environment. In addition to this overt messaging, a slew of movies contain more subtle references to society's apathetic relationship with the environment. Through sustainable film production, or film production with a particular concern for environmental, economic, and social issues, creating movies could be better for the environment, society, and local economies. Now, as you may know, making movies is a full team affair, with crews ranging from a handful of people to over 3,000 workers. With all of these people, film sets are frequently described as organized chaos. But in order to combat the frenzied environment on set, it is vital that the attention towards sustainability start at the outset of the project. Crew members often have a run and gun mentality, as every wasted minute can cost thousands of dollars. Under this intense pressure and amid the commotion, the environmental impact of on-set decisions is often not a priority for the crew. This oversight can lead to excessive waste, unrestrained power usage, and exorbitant carbon emissions. Sometimes, the acute damage to the environment is more readily apparent after a movie wraps, as was the case with Mad Max Fury Road, which allegedly damaged the ancient Namibian ecosystem, or with the Pirates of the Caribbean sequel, which was accused of allowing toxic waste to drain into a creek in Australia. There are numerous ways that a production can reduce its environmental impact, such as reducing carbon emissions produced by travel arrangements by selecting vehicles with less CO2 emissions, improved route planning, and carpooling or adopting another more sustainable means of transport. Construction materials, props, and costumes can be donated or recycled once filming is complete. Additionally, films can reduce their carbon footprint by planning sustainable meals for the crew and avoiding single-use plastic water bottles. These steps can also have economic benefits for filming locations, such as employing local residents, using LED lights along with electric-powered gas-free generators, and utilizing local props, costumes, extras, and catering. As previously noted, making a movie is an expensive endeavor. Sustainability consulting firms such as Green Spark Group and Earth Angel have noted that going green often does not create additional costs. In fact, eco-friendly decisions tend to be budget-friendly as well. For example, feature films can use hundreds of thousands of sheets of paper for production documents, including scripts, call sheets, office activities, and of course, revisions. Reducing office paper use and printing double-sided could save $17,500. Similarly, reusing construction materials and reducing set construction could save $20,500. Producers can also save money with simple steps, such as switching to rechargeable batteries and using 5-gallon water jugs in lieu of single-use plastic water bottles. Nevertheless, without industry-wide adoption of sustainability standards, we aren't likely to see widespread change anytime soon. Yet, some studios, including Sony Pictures Entertainment, HBO, Netflix, Disney, and CBS, have become primary supporters of the Green Production Guide. This guide, which is offered by the Producers Guild of America, aims to optimize and spread green set practices. Despite the large amount of evidence that sustainable film production can save money, the implementation is still met with resistance and remains a rather new concept. Reliable, sustainable production, documentation, transparency, and coordination with the motion picture industry is necessary in order for Going Green to play a leading role on the silver screen. Working together on a global scale could provide consistency across film productions. Furthermore, the implementation of a performance assessment, including best practices and a platform for documentation, could result in a coordinated effort to strengthen the sustainable production movement worldwide. Recently, the Environmental Media Association has developed a green seal, which recognizes programs honoring progress in sustainable production. The production practices are evaluated on a scale based on best practices in various categories. Additionally, the Sustainable Production Forum, launched in 2016, also has 2 awards for recognizing sustainable film production efforts. Sustainable Production Impact, which recognizes productions, and Sustainable Production Champion, which recognizes individuals. Looking back through film's history, it seems fitting that the world's earliest surviving motion picture film takes place in a garden. Today is the day we can start planting the seeds for a greener future. As actress and humanitarian Audrey Hepburn said, "To plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow." Although the film industry gives the impression of being one that is steeped in steadfast routines, it is not too late to abandon environmentally detrimental practices and to become more socially responsible. Instead of being progressive in only content and not process, filmmakers could begin to lead by example and adapt sustainable film production methods. Now, as we have discussed, integrating sustainable practices into film production would not only be beneficial for the well-being of the environment, but could save productions money, stimulate local economies, and set a good precedent for other industries. Aristotle once said, "The aim of art is to represent not the outward appearance of things, but their inward significance." Thus, movies provide us with a chance to see the world as it ought to be, or could be, and not merely as it is. If we believe this mantra to be true, Why is the film industry ingrained with practices that go against this mantra? Now, thank you for watching, and I encourage you to stick around for our musical guests during the lunch break.
So we have some special guests coming on. They should be ready in just a little bit. So please stay tuned for a live performance by two local musicians in Toledo. Just grab a bite to eat and just enjoy the lunch with us. We'll be back on at 1 o'clock. So we just encourage you to stay on and listen, and we'll see you soon.
F, so let's do B flat. I don't have a head in mind, but I'll figure it out. drawing sounded better for them?
I just text. So.
Sometimes they punch and just give us a little bit of,
Yeah, it gets that like mechanical break up a little bit.
yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Cool. Turn. See what else is there. Oh, yeah. There we go. See a beautiful face now. There's only one way to see it. What do you want to do? Let's do A-Train. Song I can play. Keep it not super cooking. What's the intro? Just let's try. Don't know why. I don't know.
Nora Jones, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Cool.
Oh, we got plenty of time still. You want to do Monk's Dream?
Sure.
Yeah. Go on.
Not really.
That thing.
Did you see? Oh yeah, I think that thing.
Yeah. If you don't like it, we don't have to do it.
Maybe not.
Okay, that's fine.
It's okay. I know, but I'm not gonna catch those hits as well.
No, for sure. Let's see. We can do. Let's do another blues. Let's do an F blues though. Actually, no, E flat. Sandu. Yeah, it's been a while. It's good tune.
Yeah, let's see what other tunes I can pull on my back pocket.
I'm playing Lady Bird earlier.
Oh yeah, let's do Lady Bird.
I'm sure you can fumble your way through.
Thanks, Dave.
Actually, I think that might be
probably a good stopping point.
Yeah.
Right on the money.
Cool. Well, thanks for having us, guys. My name's Dave Sorelli. This is Brad Billmeyer. Usually you can see him playing drums, but today he's playing keys.
Yeah.
And
Best.
catch us around town. We play all over the place, so thanks for having us.
My name is Remy Rea. I am a senior at Princeton University studying public policy. When I say the word homelessness, what comes to mind? For a lot of you, it's probably a stereotypical image of a single man standing at a stoplight or sitting on a city sidewalk, holding a cardboard sign and asking for money day in and day out. The word homelessness evokes a human image, but it also evokes a location, a certain set of behaviors, and a range of desires and needs. But homelessness can't be packaged up so neatly. In fact, that image, the man at the street corner, is largely unrepresentative of the homeless experience more broadly. Less visible but equally constitutive of the housing crisis are the working mother who comes back to sleep in her van with her daughter every night, the couple that spends a few nights in a motel room after getting evicted, the young transgender boy moving between friends' couches to stay warm, the woman fleeing domestic violence, staying in hidden shelter at night and keeping a low profile while trying to find stable work and housing during the day. Homelessness touches a lot of different types of people, and it looks different for everyone. But there's one theme that rarely gets discussed, despite often making the difference in a person's housing status. It's something that can define the line between temporary insecurity and longer-term homelessness. And it can even create opportunities for people to emerge from chronic homelessness when all the standard escape hatches seem to fail. Homelessness is a crisis of financial means, but it's also a crisis of relational poverty, a lack of social capital. In 2018, 10,249 people were counted as homeless on a single night in Ohio. Countless others fall in and out of cycles of homelessness every year, and we only see some small portion of those people when we walk or drive through a city like Toledo. But when we pass by, we only see a snapshot in time, isolated from the context of a life full of relationships and ambitions and other deeper challenges that lie beneath the surface. We tend to jump to certain conclusions when we see people experiencing homelessness. We often start with the question, what did this person do wrong? Or what happened to them? We imagine someone living our life, or maybe a life not too far removed from our own, and losing control of their job, their housing, their property. Again, because of something they did, or something that happened to them. But what if we started with a different question? What didn't happen for this person that left them acutely vulnerable to housing insecurity? This new question recognizes that something fundamental was missing that led to the person's loss of control. Oftentimes, that missing factor is a relationship a person can lean on when they're scraping by, a person whose couch they can sleep on, or someone who can help them pay the rent for an extra month, or someone who can help them research social services organizations while they work on retaining their employment. Sometimes that social capital even grants access to the people who are directly engaged in the relevant work, people who know how to navigate the nonprofit world, who are connected to officials in local government, or who are actually social service providers themselves. But at an even more basic level, reliable relationships provide something that all humans need, especially in times of hardship: compassion. Someone who's willing to listen. In all of these ways, personal connections can go a long way in shortening the lifespan of a person's suffering. And you might be thinking, okay, that's fine, but how do we fix an issue like relational poverty? Relationships are complicated and they can't really be regulated into existence. On some level, that's true, but there are programs that are doing this work by making ample space for relationship building, and they're having an impact. I've gotten the chance to learn about some of these opportunities in my home state of California, and some of the most effective ones center their efforts on fostering a supportive community. In San Francisco, Downtown Streets team recruits people experiencing homelessness to clean up city streets. They're given t-shirts referred to as team members and compensated with non-cash stipends for their work. Most importantly, they are invited to weekly community meetings where members are given opportunities to connect with each other. Volunteers and staff give presentations on resources that are available to those in need, and then open up the floor for team members to acknowledge others and celebrate their own successes in a group setting. The result is a real team of people who step out of their own need to make the city a better place, and who really support each other in ways that make recovery seem more possible. Another example is the Voices of Our City Choir in San Diego. Over the last few years, people experiencing homelessness have been invited into a rehearsal space once every week to sing and dance and build relationships. Free food is distributed at rehearsals, and members are connected to caseworkers who can refer them to resources and housing. The choir is led by professional musicians, but it's not audition-based. And the power of the group doesn't come from its vocal quality, though there are plenty of incredible singers in the group, which just performed on America's Got Talent. The power comes from its ability to break down barriers so quickly and build community around a love for music. When the band is rocking out and the soloist is putting everything out there and you're getting to the final chorus of Lean on Me, it's hard to resist putting your arms around your neighbors and swaying. And just like that, strangers become friends. The choir becomes a community. These organizations and others show the power of community, while organizations like Miracle Friends, which pairs people experiencing homelessness with volunteers who call and text them every week to provide emotional and practical support, show that individual relationships can be incredibly powerful too. Brian Stevenson, a civil rights lawyer and author of the book Just Mercy, has said that the opposite of poverty is justice. I want to propose an addition. If the opposite of poverty is justice, then the solution to poverty is connection. The environment of the Midwest provides its own challenges in this domain. Already stifled by depopulation and disinvestment, post-industrial cities like Toledo are forced to confront the challenges that other large urban centers face, like homelessness, in conjunction with the challenges that smaller towns in the Rust Belt have struggled to address in recent years, like the loss of manufacturing jobs. But committing to relationship building in our work to end homelessness is often less a matter of material resources and more a matter of shifting the collective mindset about the issue and the people behind it. If we really envision ourselves as part of a supportive, beloved community, we can create that community. And some people in Toledo are already working to make this community a reality. Toledo Streets is a nonprofit that helps people experiencing homelessness to earn an income by selling newspapers in town. Rooster Tinch is one of these people. After growing up mostly in Dayton and spending 28 years in prison, he came to Toledo a little over a year and a half ago. And he told me that Toledo already feels like home, but he wouldn't have found this connection to the city without the opportunity to build relationships through Toledo Streets. Having never been to Toledo, Rooster had no family or friends to lean on when he arrived. He spent some time in the Cherry Street Mission, then in the Lorraine Motel supported by Task of Northwest Ohio. When that program was abruptly shut down, he ended up out on the streets. He sold newspapers for months, working from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. all around the city and through all kinds of weather, slowly building up resources. Rooster told me that he worked hard to do his job well, and that he became a bit of a local celebrity because of his omnipresence in the city and his enthusiasm for selling papers. One day, a local restaurant owner named Jacob Estrada asked Rooster if he wanted to sell tacos for him at the Lowrider Cafe in downtown Toledo. He had seen Rooster's grit, persistence, and ambition to get the job done. He recognized Rooster's potential. Rooster had actually earned a culinary science degree during his time in prison, so he started working at the Lowrider Cafe and eventually became head chef, a position he still holds. When he isn't working for Jacob, Rooster does painting and maintenance work in a local office building. Rooster won Toledo Streets' Vendor of the Year award in 2019 because of his amazing efforts with the organization, spending hundreds of hours standing on street corners throughout the city and enthusiastically selling more than 2,500 newspapers. But that recognition wasn't all he got. Toledo Streets gave Rooster two incredibly important things. It gave him a loving community of volunteers who saw his potential, but it also gave him an easy access point to the broader Toledo community that enabled him to make and eventually reap the rewards of genuine community relationships. Rooster's passion and determination to build a new life would have meant nothing without someone to acknowledge those things and to give him a hand up. Toledo can continue to apply this mentality to other people in need. More organizations in Toledo need to make community a centerpiece of their missions, but this requires looking past the short-term, quantifiable metrics that nonprofits and community organizations usually report back to their funders. And that means that the whole community needs to commit to holistic approaches to support. So what would that look like on the ground? Well, first of all, Toledo needs nonprofit outreach workers who are well-versed in the multidimensionality of homelessness and who know how to offer case-by-case support in Lucas County. When social service providers can create real relationships with their clients, there's more likely to be a higher degree of investment in solutions on both ends. Government officials should invest in programs that allow for more communal gathering that bridges the gap between housed and unhoused people. Imagine the potential of regular community building events like barbecues or concerts that eliminate the normal power dynamic that exists at a stoplight and provide free food and space for open dialogue and connection to everyone, regardless of housing status. And citizens should make efforts not only to volunteer at local nonprofits, but also to connect with our unhoused neighbors, to think of them as part of the community, and to get to know them in the way that we get to know the rest of our neighbors. Doing this can help us get a closer look at a problem that many of us don't understand beyond our preconceptions. And being more informed citizens will help us advocate for real, positive, and lasting change. So when it comes to homelessness, don't be afraid to smile at the people you walk past or to talk to the people you've been taught to fear, even if you don't always have something material to give. Listen to their stories. Challenge your own ideas about who they must be because of how they look on the surface. It's never too late to break down our preconceptions. Homelessness is a deep problem in this country. We pour billions of dollars into solutions that often don't seem to make a dent. And we have good ideas to get people to a place of stability, we really do. But we need to supplement those ideas with efforts to build strong and lasting relationships for those who have so often lacked basic support systems. Once we commit to tackling relational poverty and to being a part of the collective solution to the problem of homelessness, we will move one step closer to that vision of justice that Brian Stevenson outlined. Step by step, one connection at a time, we will create a society that we can truly be proud of. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carolyn Eade. I'm a senior studying public policy and journalism at Princeton. Today, I'll be sharing some thoughts on immigration in Toledo, and I can start by telling you a bit about how I arrived at this interest. So my first real field reporting experience was at the center of one of the world's major crises. With one journalism course under my belt, I landed a spot on a team reporting on the refugee crisis in Greece. I spent hours and hours interviewing refugees, many of whom had just arrived on flimsy rafts days or even hours earlier. And listening back to my recorded interviews, I noticed two questions were repeated often. To me, these two questions defined the immigrant experience, and they guided me on my research as I continued to explore immigration the past few years. They're quite simple. They were, how did you get here? and where do you need to go? I asked this question to refugees and immigrants at many different phases of the immigrant journey, well-established leaders of immigrant communities, refugees newly arrived at their destinations, and even a political prisoner still in his home country, considering his prospects of immigration. And when I began this virtual internship experience in Toledo this summer, I searched for the familiar, and I was excited to learn that the city had a long history of immigration. I learned it had also made national headlines for welcoming refugees a few years ago. So I decided to study the past, present, and future of immigration to Toledo, asking those same two questions, not only to the city's immigration experts, but to the city itself. How did Toledo get here? And where does Toledo need to go? I found answers to these questions in the city's relationship with immigration, and I'll share them with you today. Immigrants began to arrive in Toledo in the 1840s, mostly from Germany and Ireland at first. Job opportunities in various manufacturing industries attracted them to the city. And as the immigrant communities grew, they established neighborhoods, Lanks Hill, Little Syria, Birmingham. They brought life to a city in its infancy, multiplying the population. In 1890, 82% of Toledoans were either first or second generation immigrants. And the immigrants also built businesses that have become part of the foundation of the city. If you've ever been to Toledo, odds are you've had a hot dog from Tony Paco's. Paco was the son of Hungarian immigrants who lived in a Hungarian neighborhood in Toledo. Many remember this time between the 1840s and the 1960s as a time of economic growth and success for the city. The population rapidly increased, and Toledo was a hub of industry. So how did Toledo get here, to where it is today? Eventually, US immigration policies establishing quotas began to hinder the arrival of immigrants to the US, and therefore to Toledo. Immigrants already in the city chose to move to the suburbs as industries moved elsewhere. From 1970 to 2010, the city lost about 100,000 people. Today's Toledo is much different from yesterday's. So the question is, if immigration was able to define Toledo in the past, can immigration redefine Toledo now? So for the second part of my research, I looked at the present, asking where does Toledo need to go? Yes, the topic of immigration is now much more complicated. We have refugees, asylum seekers, green card lottery winners, dreamers. For the purpose of our discussion today, we can look at the two concepts at the heart of immigration, shared by all of these immigrant groups, mobility and construction. And interestingly enough, these two factors also lie at the heart of Toledo. By mobility, I mean not only the ability to move across physical borders, but also out of poverty or to higher levels of education. And by construction, I mean not only the construction of physical barriers and walls, but also the construction of communities through which we exclude and include. Through considering these two concepts of mobility and construction, we can begin to visualize the true potential of a city like Toledo. And I found a lot of potential. Toledo is in many ways well situated to accept immigrants today. And this is in large part due to its history of accepting immigrants in the past. When Syrian refugees arrived in Toledo in 2017, they were able to make it in the city through the help of several organizations. Among these organizations are those established by long-standing immigrant communities in the city, like the Arab community. Here comes in the factor of construction. In Toledo, a culture of strong immigrant communities addresses one of the major concerns that immigrants have, which is, where do I find my roots? They arrive to find their roots already deep in the city. The presence of these communities leads to the next aspect, mobility. Through these communities, Toledo has strong resources that facilitate the mobility of immigrants. There's language access and culturally sensitive assistance. Not only are the resources available, even niche organizations like the Epworth Furniture Ministry, which provides furniture for people who need it, but also, and perhaps more importantly, the welcoming attitude is widely present. The memories of past immigration are still present, allowing Toledoans to empathize with families seeking a better life in the city. Manifestations of this connection between past immigration and current immigration are not uncommon. I'll tell you about one I've witnessed personally. On a reporting trip, I interviewed refugees and resettlement coordinators living in the Canadian city of Winnipeg in the province of Manitoba. The city has a long history of immigration and thriving Ukrainian and German communities. Volunteers and officials would frequently mention this history when explaining their successful refugee resettlement programs. They would say, my grandparents were Ukrainian immigrants. They had a chance in this country. Why can't Syrians? Why can't Nigerians? Repeated so frequently as if it was a common sense part of their immigration policy. The positive effects of this acceptance were very clear. So the consideration of the connection between past and current immigration in Toledo is very important, and it's also shared by community organizers assisting refugees and immigrants in the city. When I asked the director of the Toledo office of Us Together, a refugee resettlement agency, what attracts immigrants to Toledo, her immediate response was, well, let's go back to the 1800s and 1900s. Her direct answer was to turn to the city's history. And now that we've considered the past and present of immigration in the city, let's think about the future. One obvious factor is the economic benefit. Immigrants and refugees start businesses at a higher rate than US-born Americans. There are more immigrants now with college degrees than ever before. Welcome TLC, a Toledo agency advocating for immigrants and refugees, estimated that immigrants were able to save 756 manufacturing jobs in Lucas County in 2010. They also make up significant percentages of the county's high-tech and STEM workforces. I won't bore you too much with the numbers, but this all means that immigrants can be an asset to any American city seeking revitalization. In Toledo's case, immigrants can counteract the damage done by depopulation and brain drain, the loss of professionals from the city. And the benefits are not just economic. The wealth and diverse perspectives, art, food, music is invaluable. I saw evidence of this effective economic and cultural revitalization in the communities I explored in Winnipeg, Canada as well. Refugees who had arrived only a few months earlier seemed to truly belong to the city. Young immigrants established a refugee acting company and a new Arab Canadian radio station. One Syrian father living in a rural part of the province boasted a growing farm with 40 sheep, which he acquired with the help of fellow farmers in his Canadian community. And several interviewees insisted that the fruits grown by the Syrian farmers were the sweetest. So whether it was new businesses or the farmers sharing the literal fruit of acceptance, there was no doubt that immigrants and refugees had brought a new life to this area. In a way, that's where Toledo needs to go. But these goals of revitalization through immigration do not come without challenges. Much like the policies limiting immigration in the 1920s, policies of the Trump administration have significantly decreased the number of refugees admitted to the US. They lowered the number from 110,000 to 18,000. They also have made legal immigration routes much more difficult to undertake. The constant threats to programs like the diversity visa lottery and the H-1B visa are causing these challenges. And while this might be hard to imagine today, immigration was not always this divisive partisan issue. Even during the Bush administration, the two parties agreed on the importance of immigration. They disagreed about specific methods of managing it, but it was not a question of whether we should open the doors to immigrants at all. Rising tides of nationalism have made the use of immigration as a political tool more attractive. Heads of state, including our own, claiming that if immigration policy came down to the states, to the cities, to the people, we would choose to exclude. But these attempts to push us towards intolerance have had an unintended consequence. They've put the immigration debate back in our hands. The role of cities is now becoming more important than ever before, as the Trump administration has pushed to allow cities and states to make their own decisions regarding immigration. Now we can look at the history of our city, the history of Toledo, consider the mounting evidence of growth led by immigrants, and conclude that we know where we have been, and we know where we need to go, and we also know how to get there. So to earn the countless benefits which cities gain from immigrants, Toledo does not only need to maintain its strong community resources, but it can also engage in advocacy. There are many ways cities can advocate for immigrants. They can join the sanctuary space movement, which supports the protection of undocumented immigrants, and of which Lucas County is now a participant. Cities can even go above the heads of the federal government, directly engaging in international programs, focusing on the well-being of immigrants and refugees. I know it's a bit confounding to imagine Toledo getting its 15 minutes of fame at the United Nations or some global organization, but the city's history truly makes it an important voice in discussions of immigration. It's a testament to the power of a population strong in numbers, the effects that the rise and fall of an immigrant population can have. It's time for the American city to be at the forefront of immigrant acceptance and advocacy. And in this area, Toledo has the potential to be a true leader. Thank you.
Okay, cool. I was just told I was live. Just double checking with that. Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. My name is Delaney Murray, and I'm a recent graduate of Ohio University. I majored with a bachelor's degree in journalism and a specialization in women, gender, sexuality studies. I'll also be heading back to OU in the fall for my graduate degree in journalism as well. I'm a native of Athens, Ohio, which is where Ohio University is, for those of you not familiar with the school. And it really has inspired my idea of journalism, the importance of local journalism, and the importance of reporting on small towns, which is a little bit about what you'll hear in my talk today. So I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for tuning in. And I'd love to tell you a little bit more about parachute journalism. In December of 2019, Joe Burrow, former quarterback for Louisiana State University, was awarded the Heisman Trophy. This is not news I would normally pay attention to. I do not even have a passing interest in college football, and prior to last year, could not even tell you what the Heisman was. But Joe Burrow is something of a hero to my hometown of Athens, Ohio. Once upon a time, I had watched Joe play football in an ill-fitting green and gold uniform on the field of the high school we both attended. But now, overnight, Joe went from a guy I had once sat behind in my junior year chemistry class to a national talking point. The entire world seemed to not only be discussing Joe's talent, but his Heisman acceptance speech, in which he mentioned Athens and the crippling poverty and food insecurity that plagues the region. Soon, national journalists came to Athens, aiming to paint a picture of the impoverished place Joe had spoken about. In an article published in the New York Times this January, sports reporter Billy Witz focused on Athens High School and the trailer park that surrounded the school, and did not shy away from describing the ongoing cycle of poverty and drug addiction in the community. Reading that article, and many just like it, I remember feeling a chill. Every weekday for 4 years, I sat in that high school, and I stared out the windows and looked upon the trailer homes outside, and let my mind wander with all the usual daydreams of a teenage girl. If people liked me, if I passed my driver's license test, if I could get out of volunteering at the soup kitchen my dad ran that coming weekend. To me, Athens High School was a monument to my formative years. But while Witz is a talented reporter, he's also a graduate of Tulane University and a Harlem-based journalist who had not previously stepped foot on the Athens High School campus. I'm not so naive to believe I could have written a better story, but it makes me wonder. When a national newsworthy story came to my backyard, what if someone who had their heart connected to the community as much as I did was there to answer the call, instead of someone who lived and was educated in a world that felt light years away? What happened to my hometown, and many other small towns just like it when they become the backdrop for notable stories, is called parachute journalism. This refers to journalists from the largest metropolises in the country suddenly arriving in small town USA when a noteworthy story occurs, and then leaving as soon as interest in the story wanes. It is not an uncommon practice, but often problems can occur when disconnected reporters are the ones trusted with reporting the tales of Middle America. The newspaper industry of yesteryear inherently tied newspapers to location. A newspaper had to be published in the community it reported on, was funded by ads from local businesses. Typically, its reporters lived in the same community in which they worked, and readers had to read the paper to be connected with their community. But now, most everyday people turn to national journalism for day-to-day news. Currently, the most powerful journalists in the United States are employed by publications like CNN, The Washington Post, and The New York Times. These are newsrooms based inside sprawling urban centers, physical and metaphorical miles away from Middle America. There are currently over 1,000 daily papers still circulating in the United States, even though this number has dropped by the thousands in the last 15 years, and many of the reporters who work there make under the median national salary. Because these publications already have problems of their own and may be struggling to stay open, when big stories come around, these papers may not have the time or resources to cover the story to any great capacity. Instead, the brunt of the coverage will go to the large, trusted publications who've not worked and existed within the community at all. When national newsrooms have the money to pay journalists to travel across the country on short notice, and the resources to deliver breaking stories on a massive scale, urban journalists are not going to have the same local expertise a community journalist will have in the same situation. A national journalist can only see a community on the surface, but a community journalist will have the knowledge of prior events, connections to community voices, and a personal investment in a breaking story. But without this context, national journalists may quickly fall into hollow stereotypes in order to flesh out their stories on communities they are unfamiliar with. In the last several years, some of the most problematic parachute journalism has come in the wake of the 2016 election, in the midst of an ongoing opioid epidemic, and also after the rise in Black Lives Matter protests. After their communities were overtaken by reporters and gawkers from all over the country, cities from Ferguson, Missouri to Huntington, West Virginia spoke up about the negative impact that out-of-touch journalists brought to their already wounded communities. In all of these cases, it seemed that most urban, upper-class, and predominantly white journalists were unequipped to report on working-class populations, disillusioned with modern politics, the realities of police violence in Black neighborhoods, or the cycle of poverty and lack of healthcare that often led to crippling addiction. Instead, they brought surface-level narratives and unwanted attention to painful topics that deserved more delicate coverage. But this does not have to be the reality of modern-day journalism. Currently, there's little hope that in the near future, the funding and power of local journalism in Middle America will match that of enormous national newsrooms centered in the urban centers of the country. But there are a few things that can bolster the power of smaller journalists and also increase the knowledge of national journalists. As consumers of news, we should be giving small publications the resources and support to thrive. This is a grassroots effort and requires time, patience, and cooperation. Reader subscriptions, donations, and support are vital to keep these newsrooms going. Local businesses were also once the lifeblood of local journalism, and they have the ability to fill this role again by providing donations or recurring advertisements. But this does not have to stop there. There should be funding available elsewhere for local publications, especially through government-provided stimulus programs and emergency funds. This support could ensure that small publications can keep the community informed without having to draw funds from people that are often in need themselves. There also needs to be a greater effort to diversify where journalists come from. Large newsrooms in New York and Los Angeles should not only hire writers from top schools and wealthy backgrounds, they should be hiring journalists from low-income households who went to crumbling public schools, who have struggled to receive healthcare. All these experiences continue to be reported on, but they are rarely told from the perspective of someone who went through these realities on a personal level. Hiring journalists with diverse real-world experiences opens up the possibility for more nuanced and honest reporting. Diversifying newsrooms also starts where journalists are educated. Currently, some of the top journalism schools in the country are Northwestern University, Syracuse University, Emerson College, and New York University. These are acclaimed schools, but they also have an average tuition of $71,500 a year and are nestled in large cities and wealthy suburbs. But expensive education does not have to be a prerequisite for a successful journalism career. In Ohio alone, there's my alma mater, Ohio University, which has a renowned journalism school and an average tuition of $22,000 a year. Central State University, an HBCU with a thriving student radio station and a tuition of $14,000 a year. And Youngstown State University, which houses award-winning student journalism at $11,000 a year. Nurturing, promoting, and respecting these small and more affordable journalism schools creates opportunities for a new generation of journalists without hindering their potential and economic barriers. But after these journalists are educated, it is not guaranteed that they will go to work at small publications in underserved communities. To repair this, there needs to be greater emphasis in journalism education on the importance of jobs in local journalism and guidance on ways to apply for these smaller positions. Programs like Report for America are already helping to solve this problem by bringing young reporters to areas in need. And communities can continue to draw on young professionals by offering fair pay to their reporters and the opportunity to connect with other people in the industry. These might be slow changes, but they are necessities to ensure that the next generation of journalists arrive in cities that need their skills the most. But as we encourage more local reporting, it should be noted that turning stories over entirely to local journalists may produce some negative side effects as well. Most notably, a hyper-local lens can result in bias from people that are close to a story, and they may not have the viewpoint to contextualize their community for a national or even international audience. For this reason, community journalists and national journalists should start to collaborate on large stories rather than isolating themselves. This way, they can pool the best of their experience, skills, and resources to ensure more accurate reporting. But most of all, as reporters, we need to understand that every community is unique, and so is every story. When reporters come to communities that are not their own, they need to stick with the most basic journalistic ethics and ensure that they are not doing more harm than good. There needs to be a greater insistence on conducting thorough research into small communities and speaking with local reporters when researching big stories. Reporters of all backgrounds need to be aware of stereotypes they may be using when researching, writing, and interviewing. They should not only repair these stereotypes within the story, but examine why they are thinking this way and aim to do better in future reporting. Most of all, journalists should dig below the surface and always look harder for a more unique and nuanced story that may just need a little extra care to uncover. Because across the country, there are thousands of towns just like Athens, Ohio, who one day might be launched into national scrutiny. Regardless of the town and regardless of the story, they deserve a fair and honest portrayal, not stereotypes and hasty reporting. As reporters, we have to do better, and as consumers of news, we have to demand better. Because these communities are more than just a single story. Athens, Ohio is more than just one story and one kid who's really good at football. Athens has a thriving activist scene and also one of the worst sexual assault rates in any Ohio college town. It is home to multiple organic food markets and yet continues to struggle with food insecurity. We have a university that gives back to the community while also driving up its crime rate and in the present moment, our coronavirus cases. There are 1,001 stories housed inside my community and I would love to tell you about them. I am sure there are 1,001 stories in your town too, and one day I would love to hear about those. Because all of us, we have existed before big news networks came into our communities, and we will exist afterwards, and we deserve better. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jessie Walton. I'm a rising senior here at Bowling Green State University, studying for my BFA in graphic design with a minor in marketing. And my original hometown is the small corn town of Orrville, Ohio. So I am Jessie Walton, and I've had to provide proof of who I am every day to others and to myself. I am a biracial Native American woman. And all my life, I've been told and looked upon as a white person. I grew up in a white community lacking in diversity. And if you're told something enough, you may begin to believe it, even if it isn't true. Oh, you look white. You are white. You don't dress Native American. I think you're lying. You don't look Native enough. Oh, you just want to feel special and included, don't you? I was told these types of comments in elementary and middle school, and every time I'd bring up my heritage. I didn't speak about much of who I was in high school due to these mocking comments. Even now while I'm in college, these words come back and slap me across the face. You aren't Native enough. But I am enough. My mother is Caucasian and my father is full blood. He's from the Cherokee and Creek tribes. He left my family when I was around the age of 6, and he took that side of the culture with him. I didn't accept the word biracial. I didn't feel it applied to me. And due to the way I grew up, I completely ignored that other half of who I was. It wasn't until freshman year of college when I attended a multicultural class due to a scholarship I received. And someone came up to me and said, "You're the biracial Native American girl, right? It's nice to meet you." And at that moment, I almost furiously shook my head no. And then I stopped myself. I was shocked. I never let that side be a part of me, even though it always applied to me. I was ashamed of that. From that moment on, I was determined to learn more about that half of culture that I ignored most of my life. I researched, studied, and reached out to family members and started the process for my CIB, which means Certificate of Indian Blood. I was finally starting to be proud of the complete piece of who I was. But again, I always had to prove myself. Oh, you don't look Native enough. You don't dress Native enough. Your skin isn't dark enough. These constant statements are ones I've had to battle since I've started to proudly explain who I am. And it caused me to reflect to the community itself. Why do they have to prove their very existence? To prove that they're human. Indigenous invisibility is a very overwhelming matter with little to no education on the subject. Native Americans are one of the least representative communities in the USA today. 1.7 of Native Americans occupy the total US population. And according to the US Department of Health and Human Services, 1.6 million American Indians and Alaska Natives are under the age of 18, yet they carry the weighted percentile of 28.7% of the total racial group. With lower percentage rates in education and higher percentage rates in increased diseases like a stroke or a heart attack, Indigenous people are more likely to die at younger ages due to these diseases. And yet they still don't have insurance or proper medical care to deal with these situations. And yet the statistics are against them, but they push on. For example, in the summer of 2019, I took a trip to Bowling Green State University Alternative Breaks. For 2 weeks, we traveled around the Navajo Nation, witnessing firsthand what life was like for these residents. The Dene, also known as the Navajo people, had to travel miles for clean water, and they had to truck it back to their families for use. They lived in smaller homes with several family members and don't have immediate facilities for emergencies, like hospitals, police, or fire stations. This is their everyday life. Yet they're not ashamed, instead proud of what they owned and what have they created with their own hands. Dene people are proud of who they are and their community, helping one another fetch water, mend fences, and gather livestock, trading and bartering goods, and helping their neighbors in hard times. They think in the mindset of a collective, their community, not the individual. Life is more difficult for them in comparison to the United States. And this was all pre-COVID. Now, it's worse than imaginable. Native people aren't even seen as human. If you think that's a crazy statement, the Seattle Indian Health Board asked for COVID-19 relief, and they were sent body bags in response. At the Navajo Nation, residents are testing positive for the coronavirus 9 times higher than the entire state of Arizona. Yet they still don't have running water or indoor plumbing in most homes. 30% of homes on the reservation do not even have access to clean or reliable water. Putting that into perspective, 30% is 175,000 people. 30%. The pandemic pushed the country to realize the internal systematic problems we have here. For Natives, the beginning of that isn't even basic human rights. They're continuing to struggle at a more rapid rate for food, water, and shelter, all things we take for granted. We see the statistics against us in the Native American culture, a declining wane in our culture and visibility. But it's time to rise above the statistics. You may think, well, this isn't my blood. This isn't a part of me. Why does it matter? What if you could help remember generations of knowledge? What if you could help preserve valuable memories? It does start with you. It matters by putting yourself in perspective, putting yourself in someone else's shoes to feel their life, their voice, their emotion. It's frustrating having to explain why you should care for others, but that's the perspective in the world we live in. We must take responsibility for our own actions and care for others to hopefully spread kindness and compassion and to see those reflections tumble like dominoes into the community. In some formation, it is the responsibility of all. A current example is Native American mascots, more specifically, the Washington Redskins. Not only is that mascot offensive to some Native communities, but the actions taken towards having the Redskins as a mascot dehumanizes them. Imagine walking into a football game named directly after you, or a community you're a part of, shouting, "Murder Caucasian people," or "Scalp Jimmy," or "John." You'd probably feel attacked, berated, and uncomfortable. These mascot names also generalize a whole community. When using a mascot, you can utilize that mascot for various activities. So, for example, Bowling Green State University, where I go, the BGSU college is called the Falcons. And we have freshman events called SOAR, like soaring and flying high like a falcon. College sweethearts are called Falcon Flames. The food court is called the Nest, and so on. See, when you use a term like Indians or Redskins, the possibility in becoming generalized names creates a bias and huge stereotypes, like all Native Americans are Plains Indians who dress in deerskin, live in teepees, and call whooping chants. And that's far from the truth. Events and actions like these have a rolling effect on the outer community without us even realizing its negative impact. It is the cumulative responsibility to recognize these issues and to tell people of our similar communities to educate themselves and stop that. And I firmly believe if we conquer these problems together, we can help the stigma against invisibility of Indigenous people in the United States. Now, I'm still accepting myself for who I am. I'm not directly inside the Native community, and I'm still working on my tribal membership with the Cherokee Nation. But that doesn't stop me from believing in who I am, being proud of who I am. I've taken my passions of being a graphic designer and my internal morals to continue to speak up and be an activist for the Indigenous community in my own forms, researching, informing myself on important issues, taking trips to learn more about the culture responsibly, and educating and bringing awareness to others. An example by doing this is this very speech, to instill a source of compassion and empathy, to encourage others to open themselves to opportunities of acceptance and awareness of Native Americans and crushing the stigma. Another example is Midstory, aligning with a nonprofit that has good morals and ambitions for a greater community perspective. I'm utilizing my time here to research and publish articles about Indigenous peoples, issues and topics, and creating graphics for articles and social media pieces that can help educate new viewers and possibly change their perspective on things. I'm taking these steps with others who believe and have a fiery passion within themselves for the greater good as well, whether that be nonprofits, grassroots organizations, clubs, whatever. By taking these steps, one voice can become a greater shout. And I believe every single person listening here today can do the same. We all have some type of passion within ourselves. If we take that passion and move together to acceptance, to be kind, to be open and aware, issues like Indigenous invisibility can be conquered. If acceptance was honored, maybe there will be a little biracial child who will grow up being proud of where they came from, not ashamed. Coming together and making a change, so maybe, just maybe, you don't have to justify the color of your skin or who you are to help and care and love one another together. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for coming. My name is Ethan Bohl. I'm a comparative literature major at Princeton University, and today I want to talk a little bit about reality and film. So when I was in high school, I watched La La Land for the first time. Now, until that point, I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life, but afterwards, I started thinking more and more about making movies. I wanted to see the lights, feel the romance of Hollywood, and maybe one day see my name on the screen. Now, I'm not trying to sound too basic, but hey, if Top Gun could recruit a whole generation of naval aviators, then La La Land can get me to move to LA. Film shapes our perceptions. While we may think about reality in film or reality in art as two, they're deeply intertwined. Which is why when I was asked to present about the Midwest, despite having never been there before, I turned to movies, specifically Ferris Bueller's Day Off and Over the Hedge. Now, before I dig into these films, I need to answer the question that I'm sure is on many of your minds. How are these two farcical comedies any metric for studying the Midwest? Well, actually, film scholars use movies as a lens for studying reality all the time. And historians are increasingly doing the same thing. Robert Toplin, a film scholar, wrote in his book that historians have examined the ways in which themes developed in the movies sometimes reveal or verify shifts in the public's interests, hopes, fears, and prejudices. And the practice of using cultural artifacts, like movies, to explain or understand history is a common historiographic practice, which anyone who has taken the AP US history test can confirm. It also just makes sense that art is reflective of the culture in which it was made. You know, when we study Greece, we often start with the Odyssey and the Iliad. When I studied ancient Rome as a Latin student, we started with the Aeneid and the Metamorphoses. The cultural force of America today is movies, so it makes sense to study ourselves through the cinematic lens. So if film can tell us about the society in which it was made, what can film tell us about the Midwest? Now it's time for Ferris Bueller and Over the Hedge. These are two very different movies. One is an adult comedy from 1986 that was a smash hit at the box office, and the other is a wholesome animated DreamWorks flick from 2006. Both films, though, are set in the Midwest, and they present similar negative commentaries on Midwestern life. They both characterize the Midwest as a society whose priorities are out of order. In Ferris Bueller's Day Off, the film paints a picture of 1980s Chicago society that is ruled by the economy, materialism, and material gain. One that is supposedly built on Reaganite family values, but which sees the family unit mocked, absent, or too busy to pay attention to each other. In Over the Hedge, the backdrop is an Indiana suburb that focuses entirely on humans' wants and desires, consumerism, excess, and waste, all at the expense of the environment. Now, for those of you who haven't seen it or saw it in 1986, Ferris Bueller's Day Off is a comedy about a high school senior, Ferris, who fakes being sick to get out of school on a beautiful day. He drags his hypochondriac friend Cameron along for the ride, as well as his girlfriend Sloane. He consistently dodges the dean of students' efforts to catch him playing hooky. He scams the maitre d' at a fancy restaurant. He hijacks a parade. And in the end, he teaches Cameron to stand up to his father. And all of this is set against the backdrop of 1980 Chicago. Take a look at this scene at the Chicago Stock Exchange. Looks like I didn't share audio. Here, let's try that again. All right, here we go.
You want to get married?
Sure. Today?
I'm serious.
I'm not getting married.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? Think about it.
Well, no. Besides being too young, having no place to live, you feeling a little awkward about being the only cheerleader with a husband. Give me one good reason. Why not?
I'll give you two good reasons why not. My mother and my father. They're married and they hate each other. You've seen them, am I right?
So what?
Well, it's like that car. He loves the car. He hates his wife.
All right, I love that scene. So this scene alone gives a rich description and critique of Chicago life. It's ruled by the stock exchange, and materialism takes priority over the family. By placing a conversation about marriage in the same physical space as the Chicago Stock Exchange, this scene pits the two main values of Reagan's America against each other, family and the economy. And here is where film verifiably mirrors reality. Ronald Reagan ran his campaign and won the presidency by promising a restoration of family values, deregulation of business, and fiscal conservancy. While the stock market did boom in the 80s, the wealth gap also ballooned, and it became more profitable for companies to buy and sell stocks than to actually run productive businesses. And while Reagan won the religious conservative vote by championing family values, divorce rates only declined marginally, and he himself was the first president ever to have been divorced. The film keys into those shortcomings of American society by showing us Cameron, the boy in the hockey jersey, mimicking the hand motions of the stockbrokers. It's a funny bit, but it also illustrates what a strange and somewhat meaningless act trading stocks amounts to. And while material gain is shown as a lively and dynamic enterprise, it's also the very force that fractures the family unit, or at least Cameron's. So even though the 80s were touted as the age of family values and economic success, the movie questions how valuable those values really were. Is the economy really a success if the rich get richer while middle-class wages stagnate for 40 years? Are lower divorce rates really better for the family if you have a father who hates his wife and loves his car? What really matters in Midwestern American life? And what kind of reality are we creating for ourselves? Over the Hedge presents a similar critique, although the social commentary in that movie is much more pronounced than in Ferris Bueller. Over the Hedge is about a raccoon named RJ, who convinces a group of foraging animals to steal food from humans so that he can pay back an angry bear. Here is the scene in which RJ introduces the animals to suburbia.
The homeowner's charter, which you signed, says the grass is supposed to be 2 inches, and according to my measuring stick, yours is 2.5.
Could we just get the food and go? Really, do they have it or not?
Didn't you see it? It was in the box. They've always got food with them. We eat to live. These guys live to eat. Let me show you what I'm talking about. The human mouth is called a pie hole. The human being is called a couch potato. That is the device to summon food. That is one of the many voices of food. That is the portal for the passing of the food. That is one of the many food transportation vehicles. Humans bring the food, take the food, ship the food, they drive the food, they wear the food. That gets the food hot. That keeps the food cold. That, I'm not sure what that is. What do you know? Food! That is the altar where they worship. Food. That's what they eat when they've eaten too much food. That gets rid of the guilt so they can eat more food. Food! 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 So, you think they have enough? Well, they don't. For humans, enough is never enough. And what do they do with the stuff they don't eat? They put it in gleaming silver cans just for us.
All right, that's enough. So the social commentary here is pretty clear. With humans, enough is never enough. But in this society, what happens to the things that really matter? Well, the humans cut down an entire forest to build a housing development. Gladys, the president of the Homeowners Association, reprimands another human for her grass being a half-inch too tall. And when she finds out that animals have been foraging in her garbage, she calls an exterminator to dispose of them, and this is a quote from later in the movie, as inhumanely as possible. This society is overly indulgent, out of touch with nature, and consumed by outward appearance. So Ferris Bueller and Over the Hedge paint some pretty scathing pictures of Midwestern life. We know that film reflects the society in which it was made, but what does that mean practically? Does it even matter what Hollywood thinks and produces about the Midwest? Does that mean that the Midwest has to entirely revamp itself before Hollywood is kind to it? Yes and no, because not only does film reflect reality, film shapes reality. In his book, The Reality of Film, Richard Rushton writes, "Movies are a part of our lives. They form one aspect of how we live our lives, of how we choose to spend our time, and perhaps even from time to time, they may influence the decisions we make about our lives." For years, science fiction has accurately predicted and maybe even caused technological advancements. The science fiction of today is the science fact of tomorrow. And in his book, The Rise of the Creative Class, sociologist and economist Richard Florida posits that in the modern age, more young people move to cities based on their cultural vibrance and find a job after, rather than the other way around. Now more than ever, the perceptions surrounding a city have tangible social and economic effects. And in the modern age, popular perceptions are largely crafted by the movies. Let's do an exercise. This is Los Angeles. Now, I've never been to Los Angeles, but this picture is giving me a standard, somewhat boring city. This picture's flat, it's industrial, the colors are almost all washed out. It reminds me of driving through Hartford, Connecticut on 495. Now, this is Los Angeles in La La Land. This is the reason why I want to move to LA. This picture has depth. It makes the human subject part and parcel of the landscape. It almost looks painted with deep blues and purples. This picture highlights beauty. The former highlights ugliness. The Midwest does not need to change for Hollywood to find the beauty that's there. Take a look at Hoosiers, the feel-good sports flick from 1986, the same year as Ferris Bueller's Day Off. It's set in the tiny hick town of Hickory, Indiana. It certainly doesn't shy away from placing insular, provincial, and outdated thinking on screen, but it also manages to find the beauty and the value in small-town Midwestern life. Take a look at this still from a scene where the protagonist and his love interest take a walk through the fields. This can be the beauty of the Midwest. Sure, the barn is falling apart and the sky is gray, but the picture is still beautiful. It has depth, the color scheme is naturalistic and simple, and the human subjects blend in as if they belong in the picture. The dilapidated barn and leafless trees don't matter because those things are trivial. It's a bucolic oasis where human connection trumps outward appearance. Now imagine that kind of imagery in other genres. What would a hero quest story that highlights the beauty of the Midwest look like? What about a romantic musical set in small-town Ohio? What about Night at the Toledo Museum of Art? What if we could change the reality of the Midwest by changing how it's characterized in the movies? It's up to artists to find the beauty, the romance, the intrigue in Midwestern life, just as much as it's up to the Midwest to provide a source of inspiration and a set of ideas about what the Midwest really stands for. So the next time you go to the movies, think to yourself, how much of this film reflects my reality? Or how much of my reality? Or how can I better change my reality to reflect the world of the film? And when art and life dynamically borrow, lend, mirror, and shape each other, the result is nothing less than changing the world. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Whitney Baxter. I am going to be a fourth year at The Ohio State University, and I'm majoring in visual communications design and minoring in business and architecture. Architecture and design are the ultimate means of problem solving. They help people in times of crisis and with everyday obstacles through innovation and ingenuity. Typically, when we think about architecture and design, we think of the greats. So that is to say, we analyze the famous work of creators that has created things that have lasted through time and stayed iconic. Take Falling Water by Frank Lloyd Wright, for example. I think some of you will recognize this one. Works like this hold importance in the world of architecture because they explore new principles that people can study and that future creators can learn from to push modern architecture even further. But what immediate purpose now, at this very moment, does it serve? Outside of those in the architectural field, who is it helping? This raises the question, what kind of design is for everyone? And what are more immediate and currently relevant examples of design at work? I'm going to argue that some of the most overlooked, but also the most ingenious and effective works are the ones that don't last, the temporary ones. Temporary design is easy to miss. We don't usually learn about it in class because it doesn't become memorialized. Temporary concepts are created, they serve their purpose to the extent of their ability, and then they're removed. They don't even get the chance to become famous or well-known. But this, however, does not make it unimportant. Temporary design also serves as one of the most effective ways to help people in times of intense need. So anyone who studied design, architecture, or even art history has probably heard of Frank Lloyd Wright, whose work I displayed earlier. But someone you may not have heard of is Shigeru Ban. Shigeru Ban is a world-renowned Japanese architect. He has created many famous permanent works such as upscale homes and other types of lodgings. But what Ban does best and what are arguably his most beautiful and important projects are the ones that disappear. Ban specializes in designing for those who are victims of natural disasters. The whole goal of Ban's work is to quickly provide shelter for people who've been displaced from their homes. For this, all of his designs are built to serve a purpose to the people who need them, and then are quickly taken down once their use is up. His signature is working with accessible and inexpensive materials, but he's most well known for using durable paper tubes, which he designed himself. Using his paper tubes makes his work easier to actualize. They're structurally sound enough to provide reliable shelter and protection for the residents, while also being easy and inexpensive to provide. Projects using these meet the subject's basic and immediate needs. They're simple and to the point, but they can be elegant at the same time. Ban's projects are also designed so that they can be understood and assembled by anyone, and then disassembled just as easily also by anyone. This way, once people no longer have a use for the shelters, the work can be taken down and something new can be created in its place. So some examples of his work. In 1995, a massive earthquake struck Kobe, Japan, damaging over 120,000 structures and leaving masses of people homeless. Ban and his team responded to this with the Kobe paper log house. So as you can see, these are very simple houses. The same design is used for each one, and the materials used are the same across all the homes, but it's very clearly a home. The houses were constructed from thick paper tubes, wood, tenting material for the roof, and used donated beer crates filled with sandbags for their foundation. All of these are very simple materials. They're not flashy or glamorous by any means, but they don't need to be because they get the job done just as well as anything else. These are obviously not long-term homes, but they were available and ready when people had nothing else to go to. The homes were praised for their low cost, simple application, and easy accessibility. And once the units weren't needed anymore, they were quickly taken down and their parts were recycled. These houses went on to house thousands of displaced victims, and Ban has actually done similar projects elsewhere across the world. Ban's disaster relief works extend beyond just housing too. In 2009, L'Aquila, Italy was struck by an earthquake. In 2011, Ban designed a temporary paper concert hall for the city. This was part of a push to support the reconstruction of L'Aquila, which was famous for its music scene. The concert hall was, again, built out of the signature paper tubes, steel, clay, and glass, so that it was more durable but still easy to assemble. Even though this project is also temporary, Ban still found ways to make it beautiful and still emulate that elegant concert hall feel. He did this also through simple solutions. such as setting up a red curtain around the outside of the auditorium space. It's simple, but it's striking. Even with the limited materials used, Bond could still design a grand and intimate listening space. Another cool feature to the concert hall is that it can be completely taken down and rebuilt again elsewhere. Today, we see examples of temporary design aiding how we combat the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. With the virus being so sudden and quick to spread, creators have to devise on-the-spot solutions to the situation. Italian architect and engineer Carlo Ratti developed shipping containers that can be turned into individual ICU units. This is part of a project called the Cure Project. These shipping containers make excellent isolated units featuring things such as negative pressure to treat COVID patients. The units can all be deployed just as quickly as hospital tents, and each unit functions completely autonomously and can be easily shipped anywhere around the world. In fact, since their design, Cure units have been assembled in Turin, Italy, and similar projects have since been created in other parts of the world. We also see examples of this innovation close to home. Now, nearly anywhere you go, you can find COVID testing facilities, not just at hospitals, but also smaller medical facilities like pharmacies and drugstores. These weren't built with the intent of becoming testing locations, but quick innovation turns them into accessible testing spots. Across the nation, we've seen examples of cities converting whatever spaces they can into places to take care of sick patients, whether it be convention centers, arenas, or ballparks. Even in Toledo, at one point, there was discussion about turning the Seagate Convention Center into a medical facility to house overflow COVID patients. So, why is temporary design so effective? What makes it such an excellent proponent of helping people? Firstly, just the state of temporality alone makes work accessible. If something is going to be temporary, there's less need to put a ton of money into materials and excess aesthetics, making temporary works more affordable to build. So projects like these are meant for people who need it, not just people who can afford it. Temporary design is also faster to execute. When something is made to be temporary, there becomes less of a focus on all those extraneous details, and there's more focus on the main point. Because it's only temporary after all, why would you worry about anything that doesn't directly serve the intended purpose? Also, with the idea of temporality comes the implication of a set time frame in which the work will be useful. So knowing that there's a limit to a structure's use encourages designers to create and implement faster. Temporary design enables us to address what we're faced with in the moment. It's a sudden solution to a sudden problem. Going off of this, as we have seen, we cannot prepare for every crisis to come our way. Most, if not all, are unpredictable. With these, we need solutions that can be found as fast as possible and also have the capacity to adapt and change with the problem. Temporary structures also go hand in hand with the concept of mobility. Robert Cronenberg is a professor at the University of Liverpool and an author of many architectural and design books. He argues that mobility has potency. Design should be as dynamic as its environment. Creating dynamic structures opens up possibilities in other realms too, such as reuse, recycling, and sustainability. Cronenberg explains that using temporality adapts to unpredictable demands, provides more for less, and encourages innovation. All of this is not to say that permanent solutions are ineffective, of course. Design that deals more with permanence has immense problem-solving capabilities. But if we pay more attention to the methods and effects of temporary design, it can be worked into permanent design to create even more powerful solutions, and the two can balance each other out. There are multiple ways to do this. One great way that permanent and temporary design can be combined is through designing permanent structures that feature temporary aspects or components that can be changed and modified as needed. A beautiful example of this sort of work is the Via Verde, designed by architect Alejandro Aravena and his firm Elemental. The goal of this project was designing mass housing for displaced families in the city of Constitucion, Chile. Aravena designed a series of half-finished houses. The developed halves of the homes are designed and constructed completely by Elemental, and all of them are identical. This half is simple and meets the needs of the family residing there. The second half is initially left completely bare. The idea behind this is that as families move in and get settled, they can develop the incomplete half however they please. This way they can cater it to their wants. Here, the homes are literally half temporary and half permanent, and the two are used together for a changing solution. The permanent part addresses basic needs, and the temporary part makes the home unique and special. So design has immense power to problem solve. It seems that as of late, we've been faced with a number of imposing and life-altering issues, obviously the most prevalent of which being the pandemic. With these new and constantly changing problems, we're forced to look at solutions differently than we may have in the past. Traditionally, we approach architecture and design with permanent approaches in mind, but taking a look at temporary and mobile solutions for major issues has proven to yield some of the most effective outcomes. Integrating temporary design into our usual creation processes gives us the advantage of being dynamic, making it possible for us to adapt to issues at hand. It also brings with it immediacy. Blending the permanent and the temporary together can create a beautiful balance of foundation, security, and adaptability. I believe that this way of thinking can be applied to the problems we may deal with in our own lives. When you're faced with a problem at home in regards to work, school, whether it has to deal with coronavirus, social unrest, or just something specific in your own life, how will you address that problem? Will you try to search for one ultimate fix? Or can you deal with it in a way that's dynamic? I think that to be able to look at something and think of it as being flexible and dynamic lets us see that thing as having so much potential. Instead of just looking at things as how they are, we can actually look at them as what they could become and what they could do. This is a beautiful mindset. We can see the world around us and the situations that we're in as having the potential to grow and become better. Next time you look out your window at your city, think about what it is, what it's trying to be, and the issues that it has. Do you see a stagnant place? A place that will always be what it has been? Or do you see a place with potential, a place that can change and grow? The answer is probably much more promising than we realize. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Derek and I'm from Los Angeles and I study public policy at Princeton University. So we've been hearing speeches from my fellow interns all day and I just want to talk about what a virtual internship at Midstory is really like. Well, I'll start by saying what it's not. This summer, my twin sister, a computer science major, interned at, let's just say, a large tech company. She was randomly assigned to a team, and for the whole duration of the internship, was given just one trivial side project to complete. There were no consequences, regardless of how well she did her work. There was little oversight, and she felt as if she was just tagged on to an existing team, and her supervisors were forced to give her work so that she could be busy. For her and the other interns, work was driven by the desire to get a return offer, and she was competing with hundreds of other interns pumping out as much code as possible. Now, I'm sure many of my peers would agree that they've had similar kinds of internships in the past, where we felt as if there was no purpose in being an intern, where interns were simply an afterthought. Personally, I've had summer internships that have varied on two extremes of a spectrum. On one hand, they either dump an unbearable amount of work, usually some menial busy work on you, without any mentorship or guidance. But on the other end of the spectrum, they fear that you're incapable of real work and leave you alone to scroll through YouTube or Netflix. Internships that attempt to walk that balance are few and far in between. And when you come across an internship that actually does so, it feels refreshing and purposeful, and naturally you'll want to give a talk about it. So here I am. The Midstory Virtual Internship Program was an internship that I felt like I was valued. I felt like it was designed purposefully and intentionally around the interns, and that wasn't an accident. As a personal goal, I try to do a mental exercise in trying to find purpose in everything that I do. Today, purpose means so many different things, and it's been thrown around as a buzzword. But regardless of whether or not you agree with this framework that I'm presenting, I hope to share my experiences of what made this internship meaningful to me. This isn't meant to be an advertisement. I truly believe that Midstory has done a good job of intentionally addressing these 7 points of purpose that I'll be walking you through, which gave me a meaningful summer. So what are the 7 points of purpose? Well, P-U-R-P-O-S-E. Let's start with P. P stands for personal motive. Why did interns like me choose to work at Midstory? For some of us, maybe it's because we live here in the Midwest, but I posit it's something more. We all know that we want to be contributing to something meaningful. As someone born and raised in California, I can honestly say that this internship is meaningful because now I genuinely care about Midstory's mission to reinvigorate the Midwest. How in the world did they do that? Well, while taking a virtual tour of Toledo over Google Maps, the first thing Midstory instilled in us was that as interns, we had the potential to shape a community. Rather than making us just focus on writing projects or designing media, Midstory empowered us interns to contribute to and impact the emerging national conversation about the changing Midwest. And to me, that's exciting. Personal agency is an incredibly powerful and increasingly important motivator. And I saw that right here, even 2,000 miles away. We have P, personal motive. Next, we have U, unity and teamwork. Unity and teamwork. Humans flourish in collaboration, but what are some ways to foster unity and teamwork virtually? As interns, we have a group chat that allows us to discuss memes, songs, and TikToks, but it also gives us space to bounce article ideas off of each other, randomly FaceTime each other to flesh out story pitches before we submit them, or ask for proofreading opinions about an idea. We have open Google Drives and brain dumps so that every one of us could share what we brainstormed and delve into topics that we developed collectively. When needed, we work together and cover each other to get important tasks done. In such a hyper-competitive world today, it's useful to consider this old adage: if you want to go far, go together. But perhaps even more, I've learned that if you want to go with more joy and with a direction, go together with a Midstory cohort. Personal motive, unity, and teamwork. R is for reaching out for help. When the inevitable challenges arose, close communication with our advisors and multiple mentor meetings a week allowed us to constantly receive feedback and ask for help. While Midstory looks like a 4-person show from the outside, it actually consists of a vast network of mentorship. And as Midstory, name of Midstory suggests, its deep forest roots spread out over an extremely talented advisory council. I was fortunate to work on projects and teams with them. So we have PURP. The second P is what Forbes magazine calls perpetual learning. Perpetual learning is a mentality of prioritizing constant learning and developing new skills. Midstory is unique in that they do see the value in training and workshops. As an intern, I don't feel like I'm just a robot here to produce work for them. It feels like Midstory genuinely cares about educating me, even if I might not even come to Toledo. They're not afraid of seemingly wasting time in order to teach us things like writing better, practicing making videos, and how to design. In addition, Midstory constantly brought in engaging, diverse sets of weekly speakers, guest speakers that range from film fanatics to university professors, from bloggers to politicians who imparted to us their wisdom from years in the industry. This kind of cohort design gave me a purpose for being here, and it's naturally attractive for students like me. So next we have O for organized. Midstory challenges interns to take on a lot, but it establishes consistency with strong organization, spreading out deadlines throughout the week, having flexibility when deadlines are communicated. As interns, we are challenged to organize work in databases and outlines and file structures so that the people who come afterwards can still pick up where we left off. And just having a data dump wouldn't have been as helpful. So this kind of organization lays the groundwork for purpose, future innovating, and collaborating in the long term. Now let's take a moment to think about what we have so far. Personal motive, unity and teamwork, reaching out for help, perpetual learning, and organization. We have PURPO, purple. But what's purple? To me, that sounds like the color purple. Now bear with me here. What do you think of when you think of the color purple? To some, you probably think of royalty, to some wealth, power. And I think it's a shame that most organizations stop at purple. Don't get me wrong, personal motive, unity and teamwork, organization, these are all undeniably important and necessary. But organizations with just these are purple. They're wealth focused, power and hierarchy focused. And in fact, this leads to purposeless work. I've learned at Midstory that what changes an organization from purple to having a purpose are the last 2 points of purpose, which I believe are the most critical. So going on, S stands for story, not speed. Story, not speed. Media and journalism by nature is a very high-speed game. Established news organizations release new content around the clock at hyper speeds. And several of us interns have experienced this firsthand when a major professional news site releases an article about the exact same topic in the middle of a project that we are writing. In the middle of all this busyness though, Midstory provides a refreshing perspective, one that highlights the beauty of creative storytelling. Maybe Toledo isn't moving at the fast pace that New York City is moving at, but that's precisely the value of Toledo. We are the kind of environment that fosters telling a story about raw human impacts, the story of an emotional interview with a grandfather, or the story of indigenous peoples, voices that are too often forgotten. This internship has taught me to value human connection in a time when face-to-face connections have been pushed away. I challenge myself to slow down and reflect. This value is even why I'm giving this talk today. Midstory has opened up this space to simply talk about my experience. The ability to tell a story is not only key to Midstory's mission, but it connects us each at a fundamental level. And finally, we get to E for encouraging. Encouraging. As a Californian, I'm gonna dip into some stereotypes here and say that the Midwest is known to be nice. On a night where interns were particularly stressed about deadlines, one of my fellow interns wrote a personal text of encouragement for each intern, writing what they appreciated about them. What the world needs more right now is encouragement. People are suffering from endless loads of challenges and worse, the long-term standing pandemic of low self-worth. Simply put, Midstory believes and encourages their interns. I feel encouragement to take on new projects, even though I might have to learn a whole new skill like video animation. Knowing the quality and standard Midstory produces at, it excites me to have the agency to take risks. This pushes us on a growth trajectory that wouldn't happen unless we were challenged. Not all ideas and pitches stick, but each instance gives an opportunity for more learning. So I've seen the impact of small principles like these, utilizing our position to encourage others, building up others, and leading a community focused around people here at Midstory. Where people are centered and valued, purpose follows. The Midwest is already primed to embrace this trend in purpose. Having had the privilege to work on the Innovations Project here at Midstory, I've heard so many real testimonials of people longing to come to the Midwest, precisely because they yearn for the real story and the ability to make an impact. At Midstory, tapping into these unique aspects has made me want to come visit Toledo in person. The Midwest is uniquely positioned to take purpose to its fullest meaning, going beyond the structural traditional way of purple based on wealth, but actually to embrace these last 2 points of purpose, fostering human stories and encouraging the nation and the world. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Marley Jacobson. I am a rising junior at Princeton University and I'm studying public policy. A healthy democracy depends on free and fair elections. The COVID-19 pandemic is making it extremely difficult to administer these elections safely. In the United States, the pandemic is threatening to interfere with our ability to vote in one of the most consequential elections in recent history, the upcoming presidential and congressional elections for November 3rd. The majority of US citizens normally cast their ballots in person. This creates an opportunity for COVID-19 to spread. In the recent national primaries, many states implemented new methods to mitigate the risk. Some states took the extreme measure of postponing the primary election. Other states increased accessibility to absentee ballots. By examining these and other changes made during the primary, we can learn how to safely and effectively administer the upcoming November elections. Today, the recent primaries in two important states, Wisconsin and Ohio. Doing so will help us identify methods to ensure a free and fair election in the fall. So, the first state we'll analyze is Wisconsin. Wisconsin held its primary in April. The Wisconsin primary made national headlines because of the state's adamant refusal to postpone elections without eliminating in-person voting, despite the surging of COVID-19 cases. After public backlash, Wisconsin decided to extend the deadline for absentee voting, but not for in-person voting. Many voters were concerned that their mail-in ballots may not be effectively counted, in part because Wisconsin initially resisted extending the deadline. As a result, and because of heightened political passions, thousands of people flooded the polls. As proper social distancing was difficult to ensure, the Wisconsin primary was a nightmare for public health experts. Ironically, despite these undesirable conditions, Wisconsin saw a relatively high voter turnout. Around 34% of eligible voters voted, which is rather high considering the pandemic, although lower than 2016. It's important to note that a majority of the votes cast were absentee ballots. This is an indication that, when given the option, most people prefer not to vote in person. Wisconsin's decision caused many problems. Voters were forced to make a difficult decision between exercising their right to vote and protecting their own life. Unsurprisingly, COVID-19 cases spiked in Wisconsin after the election. There were also problems among the mail-in voters. Some people didn't receive their ballots in time to cast them, and over 23,000 mail-in ballots were rejected because of not meeting strict guidelines, such as witness signature requirements. In retrospect, Wisconsin's policy was disastrous because it resulted in making it more difficult to vote. It also discredits Wisconsin's ability to hold fair democratic elections this upcoming fall. Had Wisconsin made it easier to vote by mail, and somehow eased the requirements for others to vote in person, many more people would have had their vote counted, and many less people would have risked their lives to exercise their right to vote. The second state we'll analyze is Ohio. Ohio adopted a voting policy very different from Wisconsin's. Ohio switched to a completely mail-in ballot system for its primary in March, and it extended the voting period until the end of April, thereby allowing more people to request mail-in ballots and vote. Compared to Wisconsin, Ohio seems to have handled its primary very well. The New York Times said that Wisconsin brought about national scorn, while Ohio's election went smoothly. But this is not the complete story. Although Ohio may have taken into account the health crisis more effectively than Wisconsin, it still experienced many problems. Ohio officials switched to mail-in only, but the timeline for voting by mail remained very strict. Voters had to print and mail requests for ballots, receive the ballots in the mail, and postmark them by the appropriate date, all within a short period of time. For many Ohio voters, the 2020 primary was the first time they used an absentee ballot. This led to many mistakes in their forms, and as a result, many ballots were not counted. In addition, Ohio has a semi-closed primary system, meaning that voters must pick the type of ballot they want. Voters who wanted to vote by mail had to specifically request to do so in advance. The closing of libraries and other businesses limited access to printers, which are necessary for mailing in these ballot requests. With a quick timetable and a cumbersome process, only around 20% of the voting eligible population voted in the 2020 primaries. In 2016, turnout was larger in both parties, and around 43% of those eligible voted in the primaries. At the same time, Ohio has seen a consistently declining turnout for many years, so the low turnout may not be completely caused by the pandemic. Nevertheless, ensuring free and fair elections is essential, and in spite of the downward trend in voting, it's important to get out the vote to as many people as possible. Both Wisconsin, a state that effectively ignored the public health crisis, and Ohio, a state that did not, saw many problems in their 2020 primaries. And we can learn from these problems. Let's use what we know to consider possible steps to effectively administer the November election. First, we need to avoid the spread of COVID-19 by implementing widespread mail-in voting. We learned from Wisconsin that having in-person voting during the pandemic is reckless. Mail-in voting is the safest alternative to in-person voting. Voters don't have to gather in crowded spaces to cast their vote, minimizing the spread of the virus. Second, we need to eliminate some steps in the mail-in process. We know from both Ohio and Wisconsin that mail-in voting can be tricky. In Ohio, for example, voters have to register to vote, request a ballot, receive the ballot, and finally cast the ballot by the appropriate date. This fall, we should automatically send a mail-in ballot to every voter. It would reduce the extra step of having to apply for a ballot and greatly increase enfranchisement. Some states already implement this policy effectively. If voting by mail is going to be the standard for this election, it needs to be more accessible to all voters, and automatically sending mail-in ballots would streamline the process. Third, we need to reassess the guidelines for mail-in ballots. In both Ohio and Wisconsin, many absentee ballots were thrown out because they didn't follow all of the strict guidelines required for mail-in votes. With a record number of mail-in votes anticipated for November, we need to ensure that these guidelines don't function as obstacles to casting votes. For example, in Ohio, officials are currently debating about a specific mail-in policy, signature matching. Signature matching is notoriously inaccurate and requires rigorous training to be performed. As election officials are often untrained, they're prone to rejecting signatures unfairly. To make voting easier, we need to consider whether or not signature matching, among other restrictions, are effective or destructive. The fourth step is to make voter registration more accessible by allowing same-day voter registration. States have varying policies for registration deadlines. Some states, like Wisconsin, allow voters to vote the day of the election, whereas other states, like Ohio, require voters to register many days in advance. But advanced deadlines for registration are outdated. They come from a time before computers, when officials needed more time to sort out any problems manually. Today, with updated infrastructure and technology, the advanced deadlines do more harm than good. They make it more difficult for people to register to vote. Same-day registration has a positive effect on turnout. States with same-day registration see a turnout that's, on average, 7 to 13% points higher than states with advanced deadline registration. And during the pandemic, same-day registration would ensure participation by making it easier for the voter to vote. Each step I just outlined is highly debated. Those against such measures typically argue that they increase the opportunity for voter fraud. Yet voter fraud is not a serious threat in the United States, and voting by mail does not necessarily contribute to a higher rate of voter fraud. Since 2000, the rate of voter fraud has been only a small fraction of 1% of votes. Discussing the correlation between voter fraud and mail-in voting creates irrational fear and therefore decreases faith in our voting system. Additionally, mail-in voting is often viewed as a partisan issue, but recent studies show that voting by mail doesn't necessarily benefit one party over the other. Instead of rejecting widespread use of mail-in voting because of unfounded claims, we should modify the system to make it safer and more comprehensive. It's important to reiterate that there is absolutely no empirical evidence to support the accusation of significant voter fraud. And without exception, it's the political party that fears losing an election with high voter turnout that spews the voter canard. Nevertheless, to defend against these claims, while preserving people's ability to vote, we must assess the risks of mail-in voting. Mail-in voting will be more widespread than ever this fall. We need to ensure that mail-in voting is just as easy as in-person voting. Each state will make its own choices in regard to voter rights. Hopefully, many states will utilize these and other suggestions to improve the voting process. But one thing is clear. Each state has the obligation to balance public health concerns with our democracy's need for free and fair elections. We can't ignore the COVID-19 pandemic, and we can't treat the 2020 election like any ordinary election. Because of the health crisis, we must take careful measures to ensure safety while protecting our right to vote. The situation is grave. The inefficiencies and inequalities of our local and national government have been exposed right before our eyes. In order to protect our democracy, we have to work within the constraints of the pandemic to effectively balance safety and free and fair elections. It takes time and preparation to achieve a fair election, and we have time right now. We must prove that even during a crisis, our democracy can endure and prevail. By balancing the rights of voters and public health, we commit ourselves to democracy.
My name is Lark, and I'm a rising junior at the University of Pennsylvania, and I'm majoring in philosophy, politics, and economics. The title of my talk is Caught in the Crossfire: What It Means to be Chinese American During the Trump Administration. An Asian woman pressed an elevator button with her elbow. A man in the elevator asked, "Oh, coronavirus?" She said, "Don't have it, but trying to be prepared." As he was leaving the elevator, he said to her, "Don't bring that chink virus here." After documenting such incidences, Kathy Park Hong goes on to write, quote, "To be Asian American during the time of coronavirus is to feel very alone." Chinese American, two words, two identities, juxtaposed against each other. We are neither accepted by mainstream America or embraced by our distant native land. In a time where these two nationalities grow increasingly irreconcilable, it's worth asking ourselves, wait, but why? To better understand the complexities behind the Chinese American diaspora in America, it's helpful to take a brief dive into the two countries' historical relationship first. The People's Republic of China was officially established in October 1949, after the Communist Party, led by Chairman Mao, defeated the US-backed Nationalist Party, which ultimately fled to Taiwan. This then set the stage for decades of limited US relations with mainland China. The two countries' opposing political ideologies, that is, communism versus democracy, also contributed to rising tensions between the two nations. This has led to years of US-China relations that closely mimic that of a bickering couple, one that is constantly going up and down. So all in all, it's fair to say that through the years, we've seen a rather tumultuous relationship between the two nations. And then we come to the Trump administration. Since Trump became president, US and China relations have dipped to new lows. Trump's taken a hardline approach to China, condemning Chinese military aggression in the South China Sea and accusing China of stealing American intellectual property. On the flip side, China has fired back, claiming that these are all false and baseless accusations. Both nations also imposed sweeping tariffs on each other's imports and goods, entering a trade war that reached new heights and upset global economies. So all of that happens. And then the world gets slammed by a pandemic. COVID-19 hits and brings with it a fresh wave of accusations and finger pointing from both nations. America starts blaming China for the pandemic and vice versa. President Trump repeatedly refers to the coronavirus as the Chinese virus, and Republican leaders refer to it as the Kung flu. The aggressive attitude Trump champions against China fuels anti-Chinese sentiment in America. Asian Americans start getting attacked on subways in New York. Chinese get screamed at to return home in public spaces. And tweets insinuating that all Chinese cuisine is dirty and barbaric start blowing up online. And so though the facts always existed, COVID-19 was the metaphorical whistleblower that revealed how being Chinese American is fundamentally at odds with one another, historically, politically, and culturally. It's times like these that I repeatedly ask myself the same question: what does it really mean to be Chinese American? To answer that, let's dive back into history and again look at where Chinese American immigration all began. The first large wave of Chinese immigrants to the United States was in 1815, when mainly merchants and sailors started arriving. This early influx of Chinese immigrants steadily grew in America, spurred on by the California gold rush and work opportunities in the railway industry. With the growth of Chinese immigrants came, unfortunately, the growth of overt racism and discrimination targeted towards Chinese individuals. This is ultimately what spawned the creation of Chinese-specific enclaves and communities. For example, Chinatown sprang up around the coast as a result. In 1882, with the passage of the Chinese Exclusion Act, which was and is the first and only piece of US federal legislation to bar immigration for a specific nationality, Chinese immigration significantly declined. Not until 4 decades later, in 1943, was the act finally repealed, allowing Chinese immigrants to once again enter the United States. Fast forward a few years to present day, and the population of Chinese immigrants in the United States has grown greatly, making up nearly 5.5% of the total foreign-born population. This has led to what I like to call the rise of the second-generation Chinese American immigrant niche. This is a category that I personally fall into. Individuals whose parents hail from mainland China and or Taiwan or Hong Kong, and whose parents immigrated to the United States and ultimately raised their families here. While I was born in America, others might have been born overseas before immigrating here. But the basic fact of the matter is that all second-gen Chinese Americans grew up and were raised in America. And honestly, it's a really unique space to be in. On one hand, I grew up like any other American kid. I went through an American education system, I memorized the Pledge of Allegiance, and I loved reading Percy Jackson, and I loved watching The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. But also, on the other hand, I grew up like any other Chinese kid. My parents spoke Chinese to me in the household. I ate dan chao fan, or fried rice, for dinners, and I went to Chinese school over the weekend. When I was young and honestly naively ignorant, my Chinese American identity didn't really bother me. It just meant that I looked different from most of my classmates, and that maybe my mom packed me more exotic lunches, like fried rice or roasted seaweed as a snack. But as I grew older and started really opening my eyes to the world, it became increasingly harder for me to reconcile these two identities in one body amid such a tense political and cultural backdrop. This isolation as a second-gen Chinese American living in America, where we're neither accepted by Native Americans or Chinese individuals, ultimately drew me closer to the Chinese American community, much in the ways that Chinese immigrants did when facing discrimination early on when arriving to America. I find that these Chinese American communities are especially comforting because of the shared experiences we have, because I don't feel pressured to cater towards my Chinese side or my American side, because there's a lot of solidarity in facing anti-Chinese American sentiment with those of the same cultural heritage and background as me. It's my time spent alongside fellow Chinese Americans that has helped me grow in pride and confidence of my unique identity. But unfortunately, this hasn't always been the case for me. Growing up in Toledo, Ohio, meant that I wasn't surrounded by many Chinese Americans, or honestly immigrants in general. And that's because of the clear lack of racial diversity here. Unfortunately, this isn't a problem unique to the Toledo region, but rather to the Midwest narrative as a whole. The Midwest is prone to having very homogenous communities in both race and socioeconomic background. That's extremely problematic because we lose our ability to really empathize with others if we're only ever surrounded by like-minded people who all look like us and hail from the same culture and ethnicity. We're never really challenged to embrace a culture from our own that's different from our own if we're never exposed to different people and different perspectives. Cross-cultural dialogue and hospitality is the key to genuine and real progress and change in any community. One of the ways that we might encourage diversity and inclusion is by trying to fully understand that the people and the culture are uniquely separate from the government. Let's turn back to the Chinese government for an example. I'm Chinese, and that's my identity. Yet I personally don't agree with many things that the Chinese government does. The Chinese government cannot and does not represent who I am. On the flip side, I'm also American, and I also don't agree with lots of things that the Trump administration stands for or things that his administration has implemented. In my dual identity, neither country's government can ever serve as a proxy for who I am and the cultures that I'm a part of. So instead of associating a country's government-related actions with the people, let's get to know the people and the culture first. Before believing that all Chinese are wayward communists, let's get to personally befriend and know a native Chinese individual. Before believing that all Chinese eat dirty cuisine because of COVID, let's try and taste authentic Chinese cuisine from Chinese friends with an open mind and with an open heart. At the end of the day, I've come to understand my identity as neither American nor Chinese, but rather as a unique interplay between both nationalities and cultures. An identity that I'm incredibly proud of, and one that I hope no longer remains caught in the crossfire between two nations. Especially during the pandemic and under the Trump administration, when Chinese Americans are particularly hurting. Let's resist the mainstream culture of racist hate and or distrust of the Chinese people. Let's resist riding the wave of anger and instead to remember to embrace diversity with welcoming arms. Thank you.
Thank you guys all so much for joining us today. We are so excited to have had you and to be listening to all of our interns who have been doing such an incredible job this entire summer. I have personally worked with each one of them, with each student, and every single time I have truly felt inspired. And that inspiration is really a huge part of our mission, exactly. It's using the storytelling, using the research that we're doing to inform, to interpret, and to inspire our community, cultivating young people all along the way. In that vein, we've produced over 100 stories. We've done comprehensive research. Our interns have been working hard all summer on topics, many of which you've heard today, whether that's in the nonprofit realm, in local journalism, in tech and innovation, in demography, higher education. They've been working so hard all summer, and we're so proud to have had them. If you're wondering where we go from here, There are many ways you can support. The first being, of course, subscribe. We do have a newsletter. It's pretty non-intrusive, I promise. It comes to your email inbox every Wednesday. You can subscribe to that on any of our social media platforms or through midstory.org/subscribe. You can also just share our content, share our page, share what we're doing, whether that's through making a Facebook post, sharing our content out on Instagram or LinkedIn or Twitter. That always helps just to kind of get the word out there, invite your friends to like the page, all of that. And finally, donate. We are a nonprofit organization, a 501c3. We are regional, we are small, but of course the coronavirus pandemic has impacted us just as it has many organizations, small and large. We truly need your support. If you really enjoyed what you heard today, this is the culmination of months and months of preparation and programming, and we do need that support. You can donate at midstory.org/donate. If you want to learn more about our interns that you just heard from, you can also go to midstory.org/interns to read all of their bios and meet them again. Thank you so much. We truly believe in the passion and the purpose that we find in these young people, and we also believe in Toledo. So we hope you'll stay tuned and see you next time.